Sounds like you didn't really experience anything.
If anyone's been in touch with anybody or whatever, if you could just ask them if they can really hear us, that would be great.
I just asked him.
Okay, good. All right, so I think where we left off, we have a nomination for Vice Chair, Mary Layton. May I call the question? Would we all vote? If anyone's been in touch with anybody,
The answer is massive feedback. So they're getting some reverb or feedback or something.
Oh, Lordy, yeah, I just, feeling that.
would it solve it if the owls were a little farther away from us?
She just says better.
I don't think that would do any, but.
I mean, it also might be on this particular username.
So I guess, yeah, so we can go.
All right.
Yeah, she never experienced it. Suicide experience.
Okay. Now we're on to the third item on the agenda, which is agenda review for the evening. Does anyone have any concerns or changes that they want to make for the agenda for the night?
Yeah. Is there, an item to be taken care of as far as the police cruiser?
Yes, I would ask, and Chief Cochran is here to speak to this as well, we add, I guess, the approval of an expenditure to purchase a previously ordered police cruiser.
And where shall we put that? Under other topics, or would you like earlier in the agenda?
We could put that, under the action items, maybe?
Okay, it's later on, but that's good. All right, let's make that number 17. So approval of the police cruiser will become number 17 on the agenda. All right. Do we have an motion to approve the agenda as amended, Mary?
So moved.
Moved by Mary. Do we have a second?
I'll second it. Nobody else will.
Thank you,
Shy.
Priscilla. Yes, discussion.
I'm wondering if you might add moving the meetings that we're having from this room where the technical difficulties back to Tracy Hall, where I believe we can have hybrid meetings.
I think we have an item on here that's discussing, I'm trying to find it.
It's already there, and that's great.
10. So I think we can cover that in number 10.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments, concerns? Should we call the question? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. All right. The next item is to choose our official town newspaper. Does anyone have a motion to do that? Mary?
I move to designate the Bellevue News as the official newspaper of the town of America.
Do we have a second?
A second.
Seconded by Pam Smith. Any comments? Discussion?
You don't really have many choices. do you?
No, but
It's good to have coverage.
one never knows. All in favor? Thank you, unanimous. Number 5 on the agenda is to set the regular meeting schedule. As you know, we have been meeting on the 2nd and 4th Wednesday of every month. Does anyone have any concerns about that, or Mary?
Yeah, I wrote them all out, and November 22nd is the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. We kind of ran into that last time.
Yeah.
So maybe we put it on a Tuesday or something.
Is that what we did last time?
I think so, I know Garrett, but I'm-
That would be November 21st for that.
Okay.
There's a December 27th, which is sort of in that holiday week, but maybe we could keep it, and maybe we're caught up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, otherwise I think they're kind of flow pretty well.
Okay,
I think there's 24 of them, so hopefully we get something done.
absolutely. All right. So the proposal is to meet on the second and fourth Wednesday of every month, with the exception of November, when we would meet earlier, one day earlier, on November 21st instead of November 22nd.
Right.
And December 27th may or may not actually be a regular meeting day, depending upon whether we need it or not.
Right.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Let's see. I move to set the select board's regularly scheduled meetings for the second and fourth Wednesdays of the month at 6:30 p.m. Except for, November the 21st. And I think I'm gonna stop there just because we can,
Sounds good.
make a decision later on the 27th.
Do we have a second for that motion?
1 second.
Seconded by Pam Smith. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, if I might interrupt, we're still, I'm told that there are only 4 people watching on YouTube because the sound is so horrible, they've given up.
They haven't, yeah, I just got a message, they haven't fixed it.
Yeah, we're working on it. I also realized that the sound is super echoey and distorted. Sorry about that for giving up that to fix it quickly.
Okay. I hate to suggest this, but is it possible to move to Zoom at this point? And
I don't think we wanted that.
we just, no, I just said in person.
Yeah, I mean,
Get into that same thing about warning.
Right.
you're not required to have this option,
Right,
We can talk about it as
December 10th.
number 10, so it goes earlier.
okay. All right, if you can keep on working, I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Cedar.
Cedar, thank you, Cedar. If you can keep on working on the problem, let us know. All right, the next numbered article here is number 6, and that would be to authorize, let me just back up a minute. I was assuming we were still gonna stick with 6:30 as the meeting time. Is there any concern about that?
I support that time.
Okay, so we don't need to do anything more.
I can do it.
Okay. All right, we're now on to number 6, and this item is to authorize the chair and or vice chair to sign payroll warrants. I would note in this regard that the town manager first reviews the payroll before it is sent on to the chair or the vice chair for signature. One board member has been required to sign in the past. From there, the select board, with the select board approval, the treasurer is directed to write the checks, and thus there are checks and balances. Is there a motion to continue this process and to authorize the chair or vice chair to sign the payroll warrants?
So moved.
So moved by Mary. Do we have a second? And second by Priscilla. Any discussion? Mary?
Yes, I assume
The
that
treasurer
we'll be
is
signing
directed-
warrants in person for a while. We have the document signed. Way of doing it, maybe that was a COVID era practice, but I just wanted to be sure of how we're doing this.
To be clear, what happens is there's some thing that I've used in multiple venues. It's called DocuSign. And the town uses that to basically trigger that document to be sent electronically to whoever needs to take action on it. And then you can review it and sign it electronically. It works pretty fast, and it for the payroll, I think it maybe makes some sense. I don't know because of the timing of it, but that might not be true. When we get to the part about AP warrants, I think that's a different situation. So, Mary?
Well,
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
sorry, I was interrupting you.
No, it's okay. You have something?
My only concern is just that we know, is it one or the other? Because we had it in place, and then I think with the change in personnel, it just stopped, and then we didn't pick up on it, and all those warrants stacked up.
So are you remembering that we used to sign in person the AP warrants and the payroll warrants?
Yes, but it's the responsibility of the chair and the vice chair to do payroll. But the AP warrants would be available usually at meetings unless it was in between meetings. And then where I would have to do it. So that's the way it used to be. My only thing is I just want to know, is it gonna be one way or the other? So don't get mixed up. We don't have warrants just sort of sitting there not signed. That's my only point. And it's convenient to do the DocuSign, I think,
It is.
but it takes someone that has to be responsible for getting it ready and sending it out and making sure everyone signs it. So I think it's more work for the person who's actually enabling the DocuSign process. And I don't think we have that support right now,
Okay.
so.
Are there any other board concerns? Priscilla?
A question, how often do the payroll warrants come out?
2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks, and they're not the 2 weeks during which we meet.
They are, right?
They are.
I was gonna bring it up.
I mean, because maybe they could just be signed, here.
They could be.
And
what
the
we're
account,
Works for me if the calendar is aligned with the payroll payments, because sometimes I think that is not the case. That's why it's a little odd.
And
Yeah.
it's not,
It sort of shifts during the year. Sometimes it's like your calendar for select board meetings doesn't always align with the
over the
payroll.
month.
Yeah.
Right.
and it's not burdensome for me to run over and sign them in person over
Right.
here.
And I can be back up to that, so I think then we have it covered. Yeah.
Cheryl, did you have something to add?
Yes, Cheryl Wittenberg, as treasurer, I just wanted to say, what you're having a conversation about is the case. For instance, this is payroll week, and the warrant could come here for signatures, because it aligns with the meeting.
Mhm.
If the staff were to monitor that, then they could have these come to this, where you can all sign them. I also want to mention that payroll warrants are not confidential documents, that these are public, and that in other towns throughout Vermont, they are in the packet. So for instance, again, tonight's packet could have had a payroll warrant, maybe not because of timing, but it is something that needs to be clear that they are public records.
I was just gonna point
Brennan.
out, I know part of our audio that we had a problem with was that when people are speaking from the back, it's hard for the owls to pick them up. So I think the process we had in the last meeting was to speak at the lectern so that you're more clearly heard. Just for the next one.
So if anyone wants to make a public comment, please go to the lectern, where hopefully the owl will pick up your voice. And you only have to give your name, not your locatable address. Okay. So with that as background, what would we like to do with, keep this separate payroll warrants? We're gonna do AP warrants next.
Did we vote on the payroll?
No, we didn't. That's what we're doing right now.
Okay.
So do we have a motion about payroll warrants?
I moved to, I thought we already did it. It's already been moved by me and seconded by Priscilla.
Priscilla, sorry.
Okay,
All right, shall I call the question?
yes.
All in favor? Unanimous, thank you very much. So that they will be coming to us at the board meetings. And when that's not possible, Mary or I will go over to Tracy Hall. Number 7, authorize the chair or vice chair to sign AP warrants off cycle. So this is basically when it happens that an AP warrant, for whatever reason, must be attended to and the board is not meeting. Then this is authorization for the chair or the vice chair to sign those warrants without the rest of the board signing it. I don't think that should happen very often, but perhaps somebody has a different experience they can share. Any discussion?
Would the rest of us get to see that warrant before either the chair or the vice chair signed it? Hopefully.
That's not what I've seen in the past necessarily. Can someone else speak to that? Mary?
I think in general, it's not happened, but I don't see why it couldn't.
Right.
I don't see why you couldn't review it.
I would like to.
The
I don't know.
the authorization right now that we're making, the motion that we're making is to essentially direct that, right?
Can you speak up for hopefully people out?
We don't need to make a motion to allow the chair or vice chair to do this if we're going to just send it to everyone beforehand. Like, there's no need for this action. You know what I mean? If everyone's just gonna see it, then we'll just,
Priscilla?
there's no point in having an off-cycle.
No, I thought the point was that if we're off cycle, then who has to sign it? And it would be the chair and the vice chair, and the rest of us might not be in all meeting together. So everybody could sign it, so they could sign it, but we would still see what they were signing, which I think would be prudent.
I think it's published in the subsequent packet. is how it's done.
Well, that's too late.
Priscilla, I'm sorry, Pam.
That's what I was just gonna say, what Roger said is that it would be in the next packet. But typically, these are last minute emergency
Right.
types of payments. It's not something that is a routine. It's, maybe a deadline on a tax payment was missed and they need to get a check off. So somebody needs to come in and sign it quickly, get it out the door, and then we find out about it at the next meeting. But it's not something that happens very often, maybe once or twice a year at most.
And presumably it's something that could be sent out to the rest of the board without comment. Right, because it's not a meeting, so everybody would have notice of it.
Right, you could send it out saying, I've been asked to sign this warrant and, this is for your information.
And if there were a concern, the concern could be directed to the town manager.
Should be,
Right.
not even general conversation, because I'm not gonna get into meetings. and try to-
Does everyone think that that's a plausible sort of scenario for these sorts of off-cycle emergency things?
I think it is, well,
Okay. Any,
Have you made the motion? I'm sorry.
No, we
I have not.
would someone like to make that complicated motion?
I will, yes, I'll do my reading it. I move to authorize the chair or vice chair to examine and sign warrants against the town. When approval of the warrant is for expenditures that are within the purchasing authority of the town manager and are necessary to be drawn between regular select board meetings or when the time between regular select board meetings exceeds 2 weeks, provided that the warrant will be included in the select board packet for the next regular select board meeting.
I'll second that.
Friendly amendment,
Okay. And just one.
basically what we were talking about to simultaneously send it to the rest of the board.
Okay, so your suggestion is not just to do that informally, but to have that be part of the motion?
Well, I was thinking it might be wise to crystallize it. I'm not sure where to put it.
I think I would probably not accept that amendment. I would leave it informal.
Okay.
So, just because, as Pam was saying, things come up. So, it may be a bit of a scramble. I think it would be a courtesy. I think it would be wise, but I wouldn't put it in this motion.
Okay, I thought there was merit in Priscilla's concern that everybody see it too, so. Yes, Roger.
I think to codify it might risk like OML violations because there's that risk of, suggesting that we would be convening a meeting when we send it as an FYI. We wouldn't want to create any obfuscation because we were saying now that in consideration of the law, we will have a file situation. But I do risk that in putting it, the process that we like to do in the motion itself, we take that risk. So I would similarly say we talk about process and not seek to codify it.
Okay, shall we call the question? Is there any discussion? Yes, Cheryl,
I need to come up, right?
you do.
Okay, thank you. Cheryl Lindbergh, treasurer. My question is, do you all know the purchasing limit of the motion you're making?
Yes.
What that dollar amount is?
It's in our procedures, our financial
Policy.
procedures,
It's in the policy.
yes.
Okay.
Which we need to review.
I thought it was $5,000.
It's 10.
I thought it was 10.
Right, so we're not including in this, which has occurred, a $5 million payment to the school district. Would that be an incorrect warrant to pass through the system, the way you're suggesting? On an
That would
offsite?
be an incorrect,
Okay,
because it has to be within the purchasing authority of the town manager.
thank you.
Of the question of that, that's a good point, by Carol. So let's say that comes up, it's not,
Can everybody hear?
Barely.
Barely.
sorry. I thought our treasurer made a good point. That's a very large amount of money. Would you want to convene to approve that?
A special meeting?
But we need some heads up, I think. But that would be possible, I think, wouldn't it? Cheryl? Like, if we convene to vote on it, it just seems more proper than, you know, just having the chair or vice chair, and plus it exceeds the town manager's or interim town manager's authority. But, we need to codify that or not.
Well, I mean, we've limited it to the authority of the town manager, and I
Well,
think
that's
common sense would tell us that if
Okay,
something,
didn't meet that criteria, so then we have to do something different.
Right.
Okay, that's logical to me.
any other concerns, discussion? Shall I call the question? All in favor? Priscilla?
I'm undecided.
Okay, well, then we're going to do a roll call. Pam,
Yes.
Roger,
Yes,
Priscilla,
Can I abstain or just say I'm undecided?
you may abstain.
I am confused.
do you want to take,
Abstentions, okay.
do you want, sorry,
Roger,
do you want to take, would more discussion be helpful or?
Well, we're in the middle of,
Okay,
sorry.
okay, Mary,
I vote yes.
I vote yes. Okay, do you have that vote?
Yep.
Thank you. All right. The next item is adoption of a procedure for receipt of correspondence. We do have an existing procedure for receipt of correspondence. It's in the packet. And so, that will be our starting point. I would like to open it up to the board to discuss the merits or problems with the existing procedure. And I would also like to hear from the town manager as to the experience that their office has had and any recommendations that they have for changing this. So, has everyone had a chance to review our procedure for receipt of correspondence? Board members, do you have any questions? Any comments? Mary,
We've got our 3 criteria to consider for acceptance. Informational needing no response, information needing a delegated response, or information which should be incorporated into an existing agenda item or a future agenda item or action. And I think those are 3 good actions, but it might not seem that way. If you remember, the public is very passionate about an issue. It might seem as though it's just sort of getting stuff in a drawer and not looked at. So, and I don't know psychologically how to deal with that, to reassure members of the public. But I think these are appropriate responses, and I think they're inclusive of what we need to do personally. So,
Pam?
I have a problem with number 2. It seems like all the select board has done, from my observation, is just accept the correspondence and there is no feedback to the person who has taken the time to make their concerns known. And so if we're going to adopt this, then I think we need to follow through.
Mary?
can I ask Pam, what would be the nature of the response besides, accepting that we accept the correspondence, which indicates that it's come in through the packet, and assuming that we read it and considered it. But what do you think would be an appropriate, response?
Well, I recall some conversation in previous meetings when certain people have been assigned to give a response. And that happened maybe 2 or 3 meetings and then it died.
Right.
So, if you're gonna adopt a policy that says information needing a delegated response, then people should be delegated to respond.
Okay, so the opportunity to delegate is there. We can agree on that, right? I mean,
When's the last time you acted on it?
no, but I'm saying that, I'm not arguing with the need to respond. I'm just saying that, what's the level that would be appropriate? And are you suggesting that every piece of correspondence deserves a response? I'm just wondering the level of response that you're thinking would be, appropriate.
That's the same answer.
I was gonna
I,
clarify, but
I think the practice to date has been, we got a letter from these people, it's in the packet, we move on, we accept it, we move on. And there's no discussion about individual correspondence or whether it deserves a response. Sometimes things are pulled from the packet and discussed, but there's no discussion about actually responding to the person.
so if I may.
Go ahead.
So what I'm hearing is you don't have a problem with the policy as written, you would just like to see the policy implemented, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so I think it's great that we all agree on policy, which is what we're discussing.
No, I think
And
it's a
then-
great
and
policy,
then
we
we'll-
just need to do it.
Yeah, I think it's always good to.
Why have the policy if
To
you're not gonna
remind
do it?
people of it, yeah, so I don't think there's an objection to the policy as written.
That's correct.
Yeah, I think the policy is written is quite good. The kind of, I want to say it, discretion might be between number 1 and number 2. I mean, when it says information needing no response, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not important feedback. It might be that an issue is sort of in process and we understand that people are upset, but we also know there's a timeline of response, for instance, from the state or something like that, so that we can't kind of make the reassuring response that people might like. So, you know, there's a little bit of a interplay between number 1 and number 2. So it's just how to handle that.
Marcia, I think somebody here has a question.
Okay, we'll go there.
So maybe what we need to do instead of just wholesale accepting correspondence is talk about it and decide if there's anything in there that should be responded to before we pass a motion to just accept it. Just so people understand that, you know, they're being heard.
Mary, did you have something else to add?
Well, it has been our practice to pull correspondence, like when we have the consent agenda, especially if we think there's something that, you know, does deserve a response. I mean, we could be perhaps more courteous about it, and mention briefly, I think, some of the different issues, but
I guess-
we believe and we'll see how it goes, because I think you have a very gracious and appropriate idea, but we may get bogged down in it.
I guess the difference is, do we respond in writing or do we respond verbally in a select board meeting? And that's not defined here.
That's true.
So just to be clear, I think this was something that I think Fleda had pointed out and it hadn't occurred to me until she said it, which is you don't want to discuss the contents of correspondence because you would be discussing an issue that possibly wasn't warned, and thus the public wouldn't have the benefit of taking part or hearing the discussion. So you could be sort of going against the good intention, right? So to the policy's point, you would just say this is worthy of future discussion because we don't have a consensus on how we would respond to it, and thus we will schedule a future agenda item for this item, and then you're compliant. So I think if you would want, but I think the 3 policy choices make that clear, where it's just if you don't have a consensus on how you would respond, you agree that it merits a respond, and you would probably also have to schedule for a future agenda item to discuss it.
So I think
Which is
basically,
probably why we haven't implemented the policy, because as Mary was saying, it's quite arduous.
well, I mean, we have gone through, I can remember saying we've had, in my informational things or whatever, saying we've had letters about this, this, and this. And I think what we need to be better at is just saying, we think this is informational and we're glad to receive it, but we don't think that there's a need for a response, or just identify each of them, you know, each piece of correspondence and tag it with one of these 3 things.
Yeah.
So that people that understand. And at that point, if we do need to follow up, we can designate who's gonna do the follow-up. But most often, I think when it's come up, it's been an issue that probably needed to be an agenda item in the future. So I think we'll just be better about that.
We'll keep
Police us. All right, so we've fleshed that out. Would someone like to make a comment? Do we know how the public is hearing us at the moment?
I'm Jack, shall I proceed?
Please proceed.
As a member of the public, I'd just like to say that it would be helpful when one submits correspondence to receive even a perfunctory reply saying, we've received your correspondence and you can expect to see it in the packet on such and such a date. Otherwise, and for the past week, have been awaiting any reaction to a piece of correspondence that I sent to the select board and the town manager and the energy committee a week ago tomorrow. It's not in the packet. Another citizen saw my draft and also sent similar correspondence to you, which is in the packet. And so I'm puzzled as to how to go about this process of bringing material, which I thought was important. It may have been a pointless correspondence, though. There was a deadline associated with it. 5 o'clock Friday to apply to Senator Sanders' office for grants. He gave out $42 million in grants to Vermonters last month. And the process is starting. So I felt that this was important to bring to your attention, and until I became a little squeakier with my wheel, I didn't get any response from anybody other than Charlie Linder on the energy committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me just say that one of the things in the, I'm trying to find where it is here, but yeah, when correspondence is received in the town office, a letter or email will be sent to the sender to acknowledge the board's receipt. And that's how it's been done. I know the last week has probably been a little crazy. So that didn't happen. And I think what we should do is be more specific here and just put in what we need for an email. And just, I'm kind of thinking that to make sure that things don't fall between the cracks, because we don't have sometimes a lot of bandwidth, it might be good that whatever the submission goes to a particular address, which is the select board address, plus, I mean, it's kind of overkill, but plus the town manager, plus maybe the chair of the board, and we can publicize how we think that should go, so that somebody's paying attention to what's going on and it doesn't get missed. Okay. And then in terms of the content of what you're worried about, I think that can legitimately come up when we get to the portion of this under correspondence, and we can see if we can do something about that. Okay. So we're growing pains, but you're all helping us to grow. Priscilla.
Wasn't Jack's letter in the amended packet that Miranda sent out this morning?
Yeah.
It may have been, it
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I read it and I thought, we have a meeting tonight and the deadline is Friday, that's a little tight.
We read your letter. I sent it.
I mean, it seems to me what we're trying to codify is just basic good manners, being courteous.
But also feedback.
Right.
Feedback to Jack, you really didn't know if it was in there.
Yes,
Right.
well, acknowledging correspondence is received, yes, and acknowledging in a meeting, we got these things. Maybe we can't discuss them now because they'd be an agenda item for, but yeah. But as we were saying, yeah.
Yeah. So what I'd like to do is just tweak the paragraph that begins when correspondence is received. And beyond that, I was thinking, I'm not sure what the necessity is for the paragraph below that, which begins hard copies will be made available upon request. I'm not sure why we have that in there, because things are going in the packet, but maybe somebody can explain that. And then for the next paragraph, I was thinking, the entire content of the correspondence will not be read during the select board meetings in order to conserve time. However, writers may attend the meeting to ask to read their correspondence into the record. I'm just wondering, sometimes correspondence is pretty long. I don't want to limit anybody, but maybe we can just play it by ear and ask for excerpts if it's, you know, like a long letter. Yes, Mary?
Would that be, affected by the decision that we might make for our rules of procedure about how many minutes we would, expect that people could speak?
Could be.
It could be, right? That won't be carried.
So we could leave that as it is, but going back to the paragraph that starts with hard copies, does anybody know why we have that paragraph?
I think
Roger?
I think we used to provide hard copies of the correspondence in the packet. I think we've ceased to do that.
That would mean a hard copy packet.
Yeah, so your point, I think we should delete that. We shouldn't commit to providing that.
Right, we're not doing a hard copy of the rest of the packet.
Yeah, and then, if I may, another comment,
Please,
the last part. The other
Recording
issue,
in progress.
this other paragraph that you were talking about, reading it to the record, I would just delete that.
delete that.
I would just stay silent on that. Like, we're talking about how to receive correspondence. We're not talking about what you do with the correspondence after we receive, like. We don't have to codify the audiences. You know, what they're allowed to do in that instance.
I think that's reasonable. All right, so, it does not say in here. Receipt resident correspondence defined by letters sent by Norwich town people. I think we should add a sentence there, something like,
Where it says,
at the very first paragraph, resident correspondence is defined as letters, memos, emails, and other documents sent to the board by Norwich townspeople. I don't know, such information should be sent to the select board email. And are you willing to be receiving this information?
I think the select board email might be fine,
That's enough?
yes.
Okay.
I get a lot of emails.
Yeah.
Who monitors?
All right. Miranda.
Okay.
All right, so we should add that. Do we all agree? And then, Brennan, the deadline is 3 p.m. of the preceding Thursday. That would mean the preceding Thursday before the next regular meeting. Is that a problem?
I think if we could amend that to 12 p.m. to noon the day before, that would give Miranda a little more time to work on packets and correspondence.
Okay, so the request is 12 p.m. the preceding Thursday. Stuart Richards, did you have a comment?
Yes. Stuart Richards, no locatable address. So there's a lot of history with respect to questions that have been asked and not answered. And the result of questions not being answered has led to public requests. And those public requests have been voluminous. It's much easier if you can almost do this informally. And I'll give you an example. I was interested this past week in knowing how much had been spent on the open meeting law for legal fees. I called up Brennan. He was most kind. He called me back in a couple of days and he gave me the number, which was close to $100,000. So you're codifying something, and that's not a bad thing. But all I say is that if it can be handled informally on the telephone but what I'm saying is that you should answer the questions so that you avoid being besieged by public record requests. So I would appreciate and I don't have that many questions these days, but I did have quite a few historically. And the only way I could get answers, because there was a lack of response was through public records requests. So I would urge you to pay attention and to honor the people who are asking these questions and respond to them so that you don't get into something that you really don't want to get into.
Thank you. And thank you, Brennan, for responding.
I appreciate it.
All right, so then down to the paragraph where it says, when correspondence is received in the town offices, a letter or email will be sent to the sender to acknowledge the board's receipt. I think we should change that paragraph just a little bit to the sentence I just read, which knocks out about 6 words. And then,
Could you
Yeah.
actually,
here it goes. When correspondence is received in the town offices, comma, a letter or email will be sent to the sender to acknowledge the board's receipt,
oh, yes,
period. The acknowledgement of receipt will indicate at what select board meeting the correspondence will be formally received.
understood the first part, Marcia, would you?
Yeah, so I made it into 2 sentences, and the second sentence basically knocks out that section that says of correspondence addressed to the board and to. So the second sentence is the acknowledgement of receipt will indicate at what select board meeting the correspondence will formally be received.
Okay.
So does anyone have any changes other than that?
And were we getting rid of the hard copy paragraph completely?
That was my suggestion, and it was, Roger agreed with that. I don't know how anybody else feels,
Well, okay with that.
okay? And then we were getting rid of the entire content of the paragraph that starts with the entire content of correspondence.
Okay, getting rid of that too.
Okay. So with those changes, can we have a motion about the receipt of correspondence? Mary,
I move to adopt the procedure for receipt of correspondence as amended.
is there a second?
I will second.
Seconded by Pam Smith. Any further discussion? Yeah, Cheryl?
So in Cheryl Lindbergh, I just know in past procedures, there's a draft of that new policy or something brought back to the meeting and in the packet, and then it's approved, which I know you're gonna probably go through with this motion, but hopefully we could all see a copy of that revised policy to match it up with tonight's discussion.
I don't have a problem, if we wait and do it the next time. Just go through these and let everyone see them, and then we can vote on them the next time. What do you think, Mary?
I'm okay with passing it, but then I want to have the framework to work with. So I'm okay about passing it tonight, but I'd be interested in what others think.
Well, I seconded it and I agree with Mary, but I think that the final product should be in the next packet as the policy that we just approved. If we approve it tonight.
Roger and Priscilla?
Uh,
Okay. All right, so we'll call the question on this one. All in favor? Unanimous, thank you very much. So to get this language right, shall we send it to you?
If you could send to me and Miranda, probably.
Good. These are,
Question.
yes,
Our note taker.
oh, hello,
I'd like to be added to the list of people who get the information.
yes.
Good point.
Sorry, Ralph. You're kind of important.
Hugely important. Thank you, Bob.
All right, next. This is the item to adopt the rules of procedure. And I would just offer that how we as a board conduct ourselves and thus what our rules of procedure dictate has been identified by our town as critical, as we believe it is critical. So I would like to start by hearing from our board members as to the merits or omissions that they see in our current rules of procedure. And then I would like to turn to our town manager and the public to hear recommendations and concerns. I further offer that the board's rules of procedure are so critical that perhaps we would want to have a discussion tonight and then make final decisions at the next meeting. And I think we also have in here the VLCT rules, which I have to confess I like better. So who would like to begin the discussion? Mary?
I think we have to get on with proceeding. So I'm more inclined to work this out tonight,
Okay,
but I could see, starting with our rules of conduct. And maybe adding a section on order and decorum from the VLCT document. Because I think it gets at something that the citizens have been heard about, and it would just reflect better on our town if we can run our meetings like that. So paragraph 6, which says, order and decorum shall be observed by all persons present at the meeting. Neither members of the body nor the members of the public shall delay or interrupt the proceedings or the peace of the meeting, or interrupt or disturb any member while speaking. Members of the body and members of the public are prohibited from making personal, impertinent, threatening, or profane remarks. So I would say add that to our standard rules, which in many respects, I think, do reflect the LCT framework.
yeah, the VLCT rules are twice as long. But they go into organization agendas and meetings as well as public participation. I rather liked them. And I thought that they were more comprehensive. Obviously. Has anybody else had a chance to compare the two? Not there, Pam?
I highlighted some things between the two documents that jumped out at me. In the VLCT policy, it talks about limiting the number of minutes afforded for open public comment. I'm not sure we have that in our policy. I didn't see it. Perhaps I missed it.
Could you tell what number it is, Pam?
It's on the last page, number 2, at the beginning or end of conclusion of discussion.
Thank you.
Of each agenda item, but before any action is taken, there may be blank number of minutes afforded for open public comment. Maybe that's per person, maybe that's, we limit it to 10 minutes and hope that everybody can get their comment in that amount of time, but I think it should probably be per person. And in our policy, number 3, at each meeting, there should be reasonable time reserved for public comment concerning items not on the agenda. And I think our new agenda has eliminated that process.
What paragraph are you on?
Number 3 in our policy. I have not seen that on the new agendas that have been coming out. We've allowed people to talk about things on the agenda, but I haven't noticed public comment section for things not on the agenda.
The way I had been trying this as a new sort of procedure, thank you, John Carroll, was to include or divide up the agenda into sections. And then in that section identified there would be public comment. So for example, in the informational items tonight, it says the time will be used for important information for which there may be no immediate action or public comment. But then under, my computer seems to have frozen, just a moment. Under the action items, I believe it says there's a, public comment.
I guess it wasn't clear to me that people could speak on items that are not on the agenda.
Yes. So
So
we could maybe tweak that to make it clearer, but the point was to sort of not pigeonhole people to be talking just in the beginning of the meeting, when in fact what they really wanted to talk about might be farther down, and it might be more appropriate for them to be able to say something when the topic was being discussed.
Okay,
But we can make that clearer.
okay. Number 4.3, the chair finalizes the order of the agenda by noon 3 business days before a meeting when practical. Are you the one that is actually setting the agenda, Marcia?
Well, what's happened, before me and during me is that, and then I had this awkward phase when there was no Brennan. So basically, the town office is receiving stuff all the time. And the board has kind of an idea in general about what they need to be working on. And so I would take a stab at making a draft agenda. And then Mary and I would look at the draft agenda and decide whether we thought that looked like it was workable. And then share it with Brennan and the rest of the board, so that, because agenda setting is something that the board can discuss on email. And so that's how we would do it. What's happened latterly, as Brennan has come up to speed and had more time, he's actually sometimes started that agenda process, or the board had already, the last few meetings, we had extensive discussions about what we'd be talking about. So we actually had kind of an outline already. So it's an organic kind of process. There's nothing secretive or mystical, but it happens as things come up and as we planned for stuff, moving it about. Mary?
Also, I think that, some of it's just due to the calendar. Because, starting in hopefully October, we'll be gearing up for the budget. So, a lot of those, agenda items are gonna relate to that. And we have done some calendaring. I don't think we, could stick to it very strictly, but at the beginning of the year, we kind of tried to map a few things out for the year, with some goals and when they would happen.
And who puts together the packet that corresponds with the agenda?
Miranda. And what I was doing in the beginning, when we didn't have Brennan, I would go into the town office. I think I was meeting with her on the Thursday or Friday before, and we would go through, she keeps a file where she puts in anything that comes in for correspondence. And then, like, oh, there's a grant that needs to be signed, or something's come from DPW, they need something. And so she would just say, these things have come in the door and they need to be addressed on the agenda, or do you think that they can wait, that kind of thing. So again, it's very organic about what's walking through his door. Do you have anything to add?
No, that's about how it works. I think we maybe in the future, we have this last item, future agenda items, and that seems to be useful to trying to focus for the next meeting or the next month's meeting. As far as what we want to be talking about, and then it's also the things that are kind of coming in on a timely basis that need to be addressed.
Okay, thank you.
It's a little bit like making sausage.
And it's,
Roger?
you can't really. You can have agenda setting, but you can't really have any substantial discussion, so. Agenda setting over email is inherently limited, I would say, so. So I think there's like kind of two options, sort of like lean more heavily on the chair and the town manager to create a strong agenda, or discuss it in the space of a meeting, because like email is very difficult, and you can't really sort of argue why you think something is worthy of an agenda item, because you will be entering into a substantial discussion and making a meeting. So it's really sort of approvals and sort of technical suggestions, I would say.
Well, under 4.1, this rule says that the board members and the town manager may propose agenda items at a prior meeting or by email, subject to the approval of 2 other members. So there have been times in the past when somebody would propose something and another person would say on email, I don't think that for whatever reason, we should have that on the agenda. And so then the question would be, well, what does everybody else think? Yes or no? No substantive discussion, but yes or no, does it go on the agenda?
I think I would lean toward Roger's first suggestion that you, as the chair, work hand in hand with the town manager to not only create the agenda, but review the packet before it goes out, so that we're sure that what's in the packet is appropriate and really supports the agenda.
Yeah, I mean, I felt that Brennan and Miranda were okay to do that, but I can certainly do it. I'm also a little bit worried about, I don't think that the chair particularly has any power other than to run the meetings. So I'm always much more comfortable making sure that the board has seen what's on the agenda, because I could miss something, or, you know, I think it's important. And it's also important for us to work well as a board, that we need to be kind of on the same page, and we don't ever have the feeling that there's somebody who's just making all the decisions, because that's not the way it should be. So, any comments from the public? Yes, please come to the podium, sir. I've used your name tonight, you might as well.
My name is John Carroll. I'm glad to hear you scrutinizing this policy, this set of rules. And I would submit to you that, let me back up. I think you are a new board. This board has never existed before. And you have inherited some successes and triumphs of prior boards, but you also have inherited some very serious challenges, and frankly, some major droppings of the ball, if you will. So it seems to me that the town, I won't speak for the town, but my sense of it is that probably the town is eager to see you right the ship, to become more highly functional than you have been. And I've been pondering about this because I know each of you to some degree, not as well as I'd like to, and I've known the 30 select board members who've served in the last 40 years. And as a group of individuals, I find you all quite highly functional in your personal lives, your professional lives, and yet somehow when you come together as the select board, the 5 of you, there's not that same high level of functioning that I think that the community expects. So I'm really eager to see you, you've inherited this, not your fault, but it is a challenge for you to break free of some of the things that have gotten in your way of being highly effective. Among them, your relationships with the people who come to these meetings. They've been very turbulent over the last couple of years, needlessly so. Another is making decisions on a timely basis and thinking ahead. So, for example, not delaying a townwide reappraisal over an admittedly serious technical problem about not many bidders. I guess it's much more about getting to the yes that's going to move you forward more rapidly and more comprehensively for the community. And so I'm really happy to see you questioning your rules, because your rules of your meetings are the standards by which you must behave. I mean, you talked about your correspondence rules, and you have them, but frankly, you're somewhat erratic about delivering on them and complying with them. I think quite understandable. I think they're quite burdensome rules. It's important that you have rules that really reflect what you will do. And they're not just for you. I would submit to you that these rules are for all of us, because they are the standard against which the community is entitled to hold you. And so I would urge you not simply to do what this board has done over and over and over again, which is readopt the rules we had last year. I think this is a year to stop doing what we've always done. And so I would encourage you to look really hard at these rules. And I can offer a couple suggestions of the direction I would encourage you to go. One is, I have enormous respect for Vermont League of Cities and Towns. It conveys the best practices statewide among 251 boards of select persons about what is best practice. And it seems to me one has to have a very compelling reason not to follow or honor the best practice recommendations of such an organization. That's not to say that one should be slavish about it, but one should be very conscientious about it, saying, oh, well, we don't need to do that. Frankly, we probably do. Second, so my advocacy would be, you should start with the VLCT thing. Maybe you want to take some things out, but be very careful about that and very intentional. Because it's there for a reason. Reasons maybe we don't understand. And I would also advocate that you might add some things. Why add things? Because there have been performance issues, if you will, about the board that concern the public. Mostly about public access. For example, the language you have currently in your rules is not consistent with statute when it comes to public comment. It is not consistent with statute. There's no excuse for that. I mean, remember, we exist at the pleasure of the state. We are a creature of the state. The state determines how everything is performed by the towns. And so we must always be scrupulously in compliance with state law. So the VLCT thing improves a great deal on your language. And I'm going to advocate to you that you consider going beyond it in the areas where there is some tension in the community or some skepticism about the effectiveness of the board, and the things that come to mind are about public comment. I would advocate that you actually quote statute to yourselves so that you and we have that language in front of us and can hold it up and say, is they doing it? Okay, if not, here it is. There are a couple of things like this that are really hot button issues for a lot of people, including yourselves. Another one is executive session. I want to be careful about making accusations I can't substantiate, but I would just hypothesize that there have been a few instances over the last perhaps several years where this board has conducted its affairs in violation of state statute regarding the executive session. And I'd be happy to come back to you and put some substance on that statement, but I really would, but that's for another time. And so those are what I would suggest you do is work with the VLCT thing and add some language that enriches our collective understanding, the public's understanding and your understanding as to what is expected of us, especially with regard to the state's open meeting law. So my advocacy this evening is, this is a great conversation you're having. I hope you keep it up, dig deeper, question everything, and perhaps even consider convening a subcommittee of the board to come back to you with a proposal or a subcommittee, just a temporary committee of the board and some people in the community. Since so much of this, so many of these troublesome issues relate to the community's confidence in the board. Thank you very much for all that time.
Thank you.
Well said.
I have to say, I agree that the model rules are much better than ours, and I've made some extensive notes on them. And if the board is amenable, I would take a stab at putting out a draft for everyone to look at so that we could discuss it based on the model rules.
If you would like some help, I'd be happy to work with you on that.
Okay? What does everyone feel like?
Well, I'm open to looking at it. I'm assuming this would be for our next meeting that we could review it.
I don't think it's something we can wait.
No, we can't really wait. So
I appreciate
that
very much.
if that is doable, I would agree to that.
Well, I wanted to add that one of the things that I see in the VLCT model policy is not in our policy. And that's a reminder that no single member of the body shall have the authority to represent or act on behalf of the body. Unless by majority vote, the body has delegated such authority to a specific matter at a duly noticed meeting, and such delegation is recorded in the meeting minutes. And I think we need a reminder of that.
I think there's some very good language in this. So. Thank you, sir. That was very helpful.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I hear a lot of people whispering my name in the audience, and I
Oh.
feel like it's a little disrespectful and not in line with the quorum that we talked about earlier.
Thank you.
And it's really unsettling me, so I would ask for help in that.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So please, no one be talking about other people, and we will keep this meeting out in the open. Anything that is said out loud, and you're recognized, and we're going to remember we're all civil. So with that, please, may I hear a motion potentially to postpone this for the next meeting?
Tabling it.
Tabling it.
I move to table the adoption of the rules of procedure until the March 22nd open meeting.
Thank you, Mary. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Pam Smith has seconded the motion. Any comments? Good. May I call the question? All in favor? Thank you, unanimous. So, I will take a stab at drafting something, send it to you, and then, when the two of us are happy with it, we'll, put it in the packet. Okay. Okay. Good. Okay, next, item 10, future meetings. And this is where we get to talk about what we're going to do about remote, hybrid, and maybe even location. So, who would like to begin the discussion? We're obviously having some problems, and actually, can we have an update on what the problems are? Do you know, Cedar?
We should be sounding good still. The way that it
Meetings.
is,
And this is where we get to talk about. Okay.
I think it might be on, like user end, but because, like, from what I've been monitoring, there's not, issues on different things.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, board members, what are you thinking about hybrid meetings, location of the same, Priscilla?
I have been so much in favor, passionately in favor from the beginning that every meeting that we have be hybrid. Because we are cutting back on potential participation and engagement by the public. And after what we've learned through the COVID experience, a lot of us are familiar with Zoom. It's not as good as meeting in person, but it also means that if you don't want to drive at night, if you can't get out, if you don't have a babysitter, you're not feeling good, whatever, you can still participate. And we did have a lot of people zooming in to the meetings, and I don't want to cut that off just because people didn't come out at night. I know there are technical difficulties, and I am the least technical person probably in this whole room. But we do have talented technical people in town who maybe would volunteer to help out or something like that. So I feel every meeting should always be hybrid, Zoom hybrid, so you can participate, not just passively listen. The other thing is, I have not understood why we are not meeting in Tracy Hall. This is a nice facility. Why are we neglecting that important town asset? We expect people like Brennan and Miranda to work there, and our town clerks and all those. We expect them to work there. Why are we not doing our work there? Do we think it's such an unattractive facility? Because if we do, then we should do something about making it more attractive. And then, as I said, it's been neglected, but I think we need to be back in Tracy Hall. Done.
I can.
Here.
Can we steal the chairs?
I can just say, we're coming back for the first time, I was very nervous about going back into the basement of Tracy Hall. I thought that we would have better air circulation here than we would there. And so that was kind of a thrust for moving over here. We haven't tried doing anything hybrid over there, but it's been obviously difficult doing it here. So, and I think everybody in a perfect world would like something that worked as well as the Zoom situation. But, and we've talked with Chico from CATV about being able to have like a dedicated Zoom channel and, some iPad or something on the wall where we just basically had to simply say it's Norwich and we were all plugged in and good to go. But Brennan, what can you offer?
I think that is certainly doable, and Chico was here prior to the meeting helping with the setup, and he was asking if we wanted to try to put some hardwired things into this space, and I told him there was some discussion that this might not be the space that we would want to meet in, and Tracy Hall might be the future venue, and he thought that would be doable as well, although that room gets more use and has kids in it, so there might be a little more concern about equipment being left, but I don't think that's insurmountable. So I think if people are interested in changing the venue from this space, which is, I think it's probably a nicer space as far as the room and the lighting and whatnot, but it's something we could easily look at. We could try it for next meeting and see what we think.
Just for airflow in the pandemic and whatever else is gonna be thrown at us biologically, I was thinking it would be nicer if we could even use the gymnasium, even though that might have its own challenges, but we could try it. What does the board feel? Yes,
I think the acoustics of the gymnasium probably would not lend itself to a board meeting. But I feel that we should conduct town business in the town hall.
Mary?
I'm okay with going back to the large conference room downstairs. I'm wondering more about the hardwired aspect. Is that a permanent change to the space? And also Roger had been bringing up our apparently numerous Zoom licenses and we had a mix up here where we had to cancel a meeting because everyone was using the same, I guess, email and same license. So I think that there's room for improvement there.
Yeah, and I think you had made a suggestion about having a test meeting, and I think that's brilliant. We should do something like that.
Well, I don't know if it's brilliant, but testing is
When we had to cancel a meeting, that's brilliant. So, Roger, what do you think?
Actually don't have an opinion.
Okay, I'd like to, Charlotte.
Charlotte Metcalf. All I
Welcome to
want to
our
say
podium.
is that what I loved about being at town hall is that everybody had a microphone. And it's very hard to hear you, especially when you are talking to one another instead of into a microphone. Thank you.
That's a good point. Mary.
just a perspective from having hybrid meetings at my church, that the microphone landscape is different with Zoom, that having the separate microphones may or may not be have the same functionality as the old days. When
Yes,
we used
I
to have them.
understand. I
So,
realize there's
It's
probably
just
a-
another layer of technical challenge.
Yeah.
But yes, everyone being able to hear is really important, so, yeah.
Chief Wade Cochran, I would like to ask you, do you think that there's anything unique about this building because of I'm struggling to say this, but like security? Is that causing any conflicts?
That's so far now. I mean, the problem that we've run into is that we use this as a training room, and so is the fire department. So if they have a training, that kind of has to take precedence. So for us, Tracy Hall would be great.
Well, I was thinking technical security. Are there any sorts of firewalls that we could be bumping up into causing problems?
At this time.
Okay, Okay, yes, sir.
You have a very brief comment about Zoom. I hope that you will consider the position of committees who also may use Zoom, who also may use hybrid Zoom meetings, who also rely on the Zoom accounts. And there's nothing easy about it.
Yeah.
It really gets in the way of your committees being able to function, especially when we are required to warn our notices and have our minutes handled smoothly and so on. It's a significant problem having worked on two of your committees in the past 4 or 5 years. Significant problem.
I think that's a great comment, and one of the things, as Roger had mentioned, we had more than one number or link. And it would be nice if we could actually, and I don't think we've been maximizing that, so if we could actually assign different committees so that you could, I'm thinking, this is my perfect world. You could walk into Tracy Hall or wherever, and on that iPad on the wall, you just press your number and it, yes.
Yeah, maybe. I would just say that it is possible to run a Zoom meeting on one's own Zoom account,
Yes,
but you cannot have somebody phone into that meeting. And we have committee members who need to phone into meetings, either out of the country or from their own preference or for whatever reason.
right, Roger?
So here's the solution, but it's really a recommendation for Brennan. So it's a ticket for CCI, our third-party IT vendor, to create email accounts in the names of each committee. Then you assign a Zoom license, of which we have several, to each of those committees' email addresses, and the chair is responsible for receipt of correspondence or whatever policy we adopt, and just apply it to the committee's email address. So, yeah, that's what I would do. But that's only addresses Jack's sort of concern about, we're not the only one, like, we might meet hybrid or in person, but committees under the law can meet remotely, full remotely, so we need to provide resources for them.
And I guess that begs the question, do we want to have anything to say about that, how they meet? Yes, Roger.
So it's really a question for Brennan, because I think part of the utility of having the one Zoom account, as clunky as that is to run all of the town's business on, Miranda maintained a schedule of it, right? So there was more control by virtue of having a bit of a gatekeeper. You're able to know more about the functions of these committees. Like, you're able to answer a question, you're able to know when an agenda needs to get warned.
I think where I was going was, in terms of, I mean, at the moment, there's more freedom. We could have everything remote. But do we as a select board want to say each committee should be meeting hybrid, or they should be meeting remotely, or whatever, Roger?
I just want to make sure that they're using a town-sponsored service, right?
Yeah.
Because it would be easy, like, so you don't, like, I appreciate sort of, the struggle that Jack sort of enunciated, right? Where it's just, it would be so easy if, you didn't have to sign into, this Zoom account and then like get someone to text you to get the code and
Right, but
So-
we're
so-
talking about ways of.
so I would say that I'm fine. I don't think we should insist on any format for them, but I think we need to just have appropriate resources, so that way they don't feel tempted to use their own Zoom account for the conservation
Right,
commission. I think does that.
and I think this is part and parcel of the discussions that we're gonna have about meeting with committees and kind of monitoring what's going on, so that,
Yeah,
but
so I don't know. if I
my
answered your-
question still stands for everybody else. What do you think? Should we be encouraging people to meet remotely or let them do whatever they want? Yes, Priscilla.
I think we should encourage all town committees, especially ones that come under the purview of the select board, to meet hybrid. So that, as I said, encourage engagement, participation, and maybe make it I mean, somebody figure out the tech, in my ideal world, you get this, you figure out how to do this. It can't be that terribly difficult. It can be inconvenient for a while.
Mary?
I'm wondering about the hybrid idea as far as committees. Just to think about how many committees we have in the physical location part of it. If we have 10 committees and people have limited time to meet in a physical location. Just how is that going to work on a practical basis? I mean, you're going like that, but I think it is a practical question, like how many little nooks and crannies are there in Tracy Hall on Thursday night at 7? So if you did it remotely, you could have the committees meeting simultaneously.
Right.
And so it's sort of, by being able to do it remotely, you're freeing up physical space.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we've sort of been talking about, Brennan and I, and Bree to some extent, is, when we're talking about renovating Tracy Hall, and even beforehand, we might be thinking about better use of spaces, like maybe parts of the stage can be used for meeting spaces. Or, some people could actually maybe still meet upstairs in the gym because it's a very small group and that you don't have to worry about acoustics that much. I don't know. But just start to think outside the box. Yeah.
How much of this is just a calendar scheduling thing? I mean, I don't know how many committees all want to meet on the same night, in the same week of the month.
An Excel spreadsheet could probably do it. And we can figure it out.
I would just caution you to consult with the committees before you design for them the style of their meetings. Some of our meetings, we're laying out brochures. It's hard to do that on Zoom. Some of our meetings, we would like to have hybrid, but it's in a location where there's no Wi-Fi for us to conduct a hybrid meeting. And we have to be practical. It is not a simple thing to run hybrid committee meetings in this town in compliance with all the statutes and regulations. It is not simple.
We feel your pain, we're doing it. Thank you. Do you have a comment, Stuart?
I do. So, my company, Global Rescue, we have hundreds of employees worldwide. And we have experience with Zoom and we didn't like it. We switched to Microsoft Teams. And I just wonder if you would like to, I'm not meaning to complicate your life. It might be worth a few phone calls and some exploration to see whether Microsoft Teams would offer you some advantages, as we have found, that would, where you would prefer it to Zoom.
I've used it. That's a good suggestion. Thank you. Yeah.
To Stuart's point, the Office of Property Valuation and Review, whenever they do training sessions, they do use Microsoft Teams. So if the state is using it, it's probably a pretty good program. The other point I wanted to make was that a couple of years ago, the calendar on the homepage of the website was eliminated. And that was a resource that I used all the time. And now if you go to the town website and put /calendar, I think it comes up, but it's not being kept updated. And I think that's something that would be very helpful in terms of public participation, is to keep the calendar upfront and updated so that people, if they are interested in the Energy Committee or the Conservation Commission or whatever, they can quickly glance at the website and see when they're meeting again.
Good suggestion. And hopefully we'll be able to do that with more personnel in your office. All right, so I think what we have to decide then, are we going to commit to moving back to Tracy Hall? And then I think we still have to explore and maybe have a test meeting to see if it works.
Yeah, if I could just add, I think one of the other complexities of the hybrid is monitoring, who's on the online, who's on the phone. Being able to address people's willingness to participate or ability to participate without a designated person. And I know when I started here, it was Rob here who was kind of that Zoom guru. And so I feel like we would want to have either a volunteer who really would commit to being there at all meetings to know we had somebody to fill that role, or a volunteer on the board, or again, this might get into our HR discussion a little later in the agenda about a staff person that would be kind of dedicated to that role.
Yeah.
But I think that there's a lot of ways this could go south on us if we do hybrid and we aren't really prepared to address all of those issues.
All right. Is it too much to suggest that next week we have a special meeting, which is simply for testing this? Whatever. No agenda other than to test.
We could try that. I actually was going to suggest a special meeting, so
Oh, you
we
would?
do too. But it might be a little bit dependent on CATVs. I think we want to continue to utilize CATV for the broadcasting. So maybe that's a question for Chico tomorrow, is could they get, if we are going back to Tracy Hall, I guess give us assurance that they can maybe do that in the next week.
Okay, can you look into that, and then we can schedule a special meeting, which would be literally for like a half an hour.
Would it be solely for the purpose of testing?
I only feel safe doing it for the purpose of testing.
Would you mind if we only had that special meeting with 3 quorum volunteers? Okay. Gives us some options.
That's
I
great.
was gonna ask, since it's a hybrid meeting, if some of our quorum could be not
Right,
physically
that'd be
present.
good.
Yeah.
Why not?
Right.
To the same point,
Same thing, right?
Okay, good. All right, so that's what we'll do. I don't know, do we need a motion about this or not?
I don't think so.
So we have an agreement and we'll just play it by ear. And the idea is that we will try to move back to Tracy Hall, but we will do a test meeting first. Okay. To be continued. Number 11 is other topics. We have left this open for whatever was needed that wasn't here on the agenda. Do we have another topic? Yes, sir. Oh, any of the board members? Mary?
Police cruiser?
I think that's coming under where?
Oh,
That was
we put down
17.
17.
Yeah, I thought other topics was just related to the organization.
Yeah.
Our organizational.
Other organizational topics anyone can think of? Yes, Mary.
I continue to be confused about how we can actually message anything as a select board, because we have to speak as a group. And sometimes I think we really wanted to do the messaging, but then we get caught up in exactly how to do it, when to do it. How it will come across. And so I know that that has really caused me to clam up. It's like, well, if you can't say it in a way that's constructive, just don't say anything. And I think that can get to a point where that's not constructive either. So, and I don't know if there's any magic answer to that, but I find it frustrating.
I can see that. You have a comment, Nana?
Yeah, mine at the time. One option would be to schedule quarterly Q&A session. And the board, just for the purpose of having an open and formal discussion with members of the public. And maybe that becomes a tradition, once a quarter. Once a quarter, every 3 months, there's a meeting, the select board meets with the public informally, even at the end. Something that doesn't have to be so formal all the time. just to have an informal get together with whoever wants to show up from the public and have a conversation about any subject the public wants to raise. You don't have to have a motion or take action, it's just a matter of interacting with humans. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think
Pam?
that's a good idea, except I wonder how the open meeting law would apply to something like that. Would we have to take minutes, warn the meeting, have an agenda?
We have to
So-
warn it.
Yeah, so, just something to keep in mind.
Others, what do you think? Priscilla's smiling.
It's gonna be a difficult thing to figure out how to converse and socialize with the open meeting law, and we just I don't know, like err on the side of caution. It makes these meetings very cumbersome because we can't talk amongst ourselves in advance, but I think transparency is more important than convenience sometimes. It's gonna be
Yeah.
hard.
I mean,
It's gonna be hard.
the problem is, of course, that there are some times when things come up, as they did recently, when we couldn't speak about them. But I think there are ways that we can, especially if we've had to have an executive session about something, we can possibly talk about what we could say. And it's a very difficult thing, and it's fraught in many ways. But as we've learned, it's also fraught on the other side when people don't understand what's going on. So I think it's going to be an ongoing struggle. And it won't always be easy, but I think we've learned great lessons. Roger.
So I think it can get real practical and technical real quick. So for one, I can't even sit at the table because I'm trying to be respectful for Pam's sightline. So I think I think it doesn't necessarily, it can start really small. We need to make a V, like, so I can see all of you, so we can
Yeah.
do the work, right? I think meetings are required. I think this may actually be statute, I don't know. But they're to be conducted in front of the public, but not for the public. So I need the benefit of being able to see all of you so we can do our work, right? Which is we're here ultimately to conduct the affairs and the business of the town, right? As much as I would love to be drinking right now at a pub. So I think rearranging the room so we can see each other would be a real practical start, right? Making some fixes so people can hear us from home, that would be a good start. So let's because it's really about resources and technical fixes. And so I would say if we need a comms person, if you need somebody, doing the work of messaging, or, the work of the management team, then that's a question of resources and that's a budget question. So those are just the 2 points, some technical things, and then just a broad strokes point about needing more resources for the kind of communicating I think the community expects.
I think we're all committed to doing something better than we've done.
Right.
And I have hated sitting in this line, so we will change that. Dima, would you like to come up?
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on what Roger was saying.
Can you just, for people in town?
Oh, yes, Demo Sopranos, no address. Oh, yeah. Okay, over here. Demo Sopranos, no address. Norwich. I just want to piggyback on what Roger said. He's 100% correct in that the V formation works very well. I filmed for 14 years for CATV, and that was a requirement and a prerequisite of Bob Franzoni. Setting the room up, Linda, if she's still here, she's not, okay. Because Linda always, when she was on the select board, would say, you gotta move it a little bit to the left, you gotta move it a little bit to the right, I can't see the crowd. So, very important. And just makes a big difference.
Thank you.
Okay, and as far as the Zooming with the CATV today, with the technical situation, I can help you out. It was really nice in the old days when you had the microphone.
I know. All right, is there anything we can do, any further progress we can make on this? Yes. Oh, sorry, come on up.
Homer Truman, I'd share just an observation that more often than not, when
the public is here and has questions and wants, as Manu said, some kind of back and forth. They're not actually looking, or we're not actually looking for specific decisions because you've warned meetings when you're taking actions. It's the occasional just watching and hearing and listening how you're thinking through long-term challenges. And these are questions that you can solicit in advance, that you can warn in advance, that you can set, here's what we're going to talk about. No decisions, just an hour or two with, we want to hear you talking. We want to hear you talking to each other, and we'll ask questions or follow-ups, but whatever's on the agenda every few months would be invaluable.
Thank you, that's helpful. Thank you. Just thinking about, and I think Don and Carol had touched upon this at one point, might have to do with how they work in the legislature, but to be able to discuss and then act, you know, if that's a pattern, I just think that's valuable. Because you always think of something else before you have to make the decision, so.
Quite right. Yes, sir.
I got promoted to seven.
Not long. So, I mean, we've struggled tremendously with transparency over a number of years. And the topic that I would like to see you discuss is, and I'm not expecting you to discuss it in public. I think you need an executive session because it's currently in litigation. But I have been disturbed for as many years as the litigation has gone on by the unwillingness of the town to even talk to the person who filed the lawsuit. To me, and I'd love to be corrected, but to me, this is a lawsuit that never should have happened. There's an easy way to comply with the law. All you need to do is issue agendas, minutes, invite the public, let the public speak. The town has taken the position, and again, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think you can because it's a lawsuit. There's not a good reason why you can't comply with the open meeting law. Yes, is it bothersome to issue an agenda and minutes? Is it really that troubling that you didn't want to do it in the case of, and I think it was related to working groups, which are covered by the open meeting law? It just, and we spent, according to our interim town manager, we spent nearly $100,000 on this. Is that really money well spent? To me, it's a huge waste. So I would like to see you discuss in executive session and end this needless waste of money. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Karen Ness, also homeless. Going back to what Manu and Omer were talking about, I think it's a great idea. But I think I would like to add a little more joviality to it. Because people move into this town and they don't know about our select board, they don't know about our committees, they don't know people. And it takes, hey, it took me 38 years to show up at a select board meeting. You're lucky. But I think that if one of these meetings was sort of along the line with Bruce Swenson's potlucks, sort of a meet the select board, maybe some of the committees, it would open up the town to people who are newer to town or who have never experienced any of this. And it would make us feel more like a town. And just, just meeting people. And I mean, the question and answer center that they were talking about. I mean, it's a great time. I've talked to some people who have little kids in school that have moved into my neighborhood. They're clueless. I mean, they don't know what's going on. There's some of them are not even registering to vote because they don't understand. And they're, and they don't all have time at 6:30 at night to sit down in a hybrid meeting when they're trying to put 3 kids to bed and do homework. So I agree wholeheartedly with them on their idea. But I think it could also be incorporated as, rather than just answering questions, and to meet us, here's what we do. When you see me on the street now, you know who I am.
It's a good idea, thank you. I think we should consider something like that. I mean, I think, we used to have town meetings where in Vermont, where people came and brought a dish and everybody ate dinner together and had a good argument, and I think it would be, a nice thing to do, so I think we could consider that. We don't have to decide tonight, but we can consider it, and we can even maybe think about it, interspersing it. If we wanted to do it on a quarterly basis, we could put it into our calendar.
And just
Priscilla?
a comment, the open meeting law doesn't apply if anybody in town wants to talk to any one of us about anything at all. That's very free communication.
True. We still might be limited in what we can say, but we can still talk. All right. If we have exhausted that, I think we've made some progress. Informational items. We are now at what's called the annual town audit update. I think what we have in the packet is primarily two things. One is from the finance office, from their perspective after the audit, and two documents from our auditors. And it's my understanding that we're going to be hearing directly from the auditors themselves, hopefully at our next meeting, but Brennan can confirm that or not. So I'm not entirely sure what we want to accomplish with this update tonight.
No, I don't think we really need to go into great detail. I guess, we put this on here. We wanted to show the full audited letters, publicly, and Joyce had taken it upon herself to add some comments. She was involved with the auditing and some concerns or suggestions about process and procedures. And we are hoping to have the auditors, again, assuming we can get the hybrid model working at the next meeting, where they may be able to answer direct questions specific to the audit results or anything else related to that. So I think that would be a good time for those questions to be asked.
So that's the 22nd.
That would be the 22nd. Yes, and that I assume could take some time of our agenda, which is going up quickly, but I think that would be the best time for specific questions about the audit.
And it has to be hybrid because they can't come physically.
They would probably not be able to come to Norwich at 6:30 to whatever.
Okay. All right. Yes, Roger.
So, Marcia, I guess I would like to, so this is an update, this is for information, and this is the information section, so
Mhm.
will this agenda item appear as a discussion item in the future? Because I do think there's a lot to discuss, and there's a lot to discuss.
There's a lot to discuss, and to me, what we saw in the audit documents were basically, validation that we need to be developing our processes and procedures better in the town. And I think that's gonna take a lot of discussion. So yes, I think this is going to come up. But at the moment, I'm not sure what we can do with what's in there. I think it's appropriate to hear from the auditors and have an opportunity to question them and have a good dialogue before we proceed. Yes, Roger.
So, yeah, I think because mostly I just want to get, this will be an opportunity. We'll have an opportunity to discuss this in the future as a future agenda item. It's fine. You're saying that it's fine, which is great. So maybe we hear from the auditors and then we're able to discuss. I'm particularly interested in the memo that Joy Pathberg had put forward. And there's some major concerns that need to be addressed sooner rather than later. They need to be addressed arguably.
Yeah, I think.
Because there's two things, like one, I need to know sort of the legal consequences of having what I'm calling a non-audit audit, which might not actually be a fair way to characterize this, but I don't know how to characterize it. And I would like more information from someone about that. And then my second matter is how much it relates to our ongoing HR concerns and how much we're trying to, understand the role that elected officials play in our town's finances. And so two things, like one, the ramifications of this audit, and two, what this report brings up in terms of the ongoing, now publicly documented tensions between systems in our finance office.
Yeah, I think what we've got is a temporary finance office situation. And we've got a recent and perhaps long-standing tension that needs to be ironed out in terms of looking, I think, first and foremost at statutes. I pulled the statute for what treasurers do, and how that interaction works. And I think that there is a necessary coordination and collaboration that has to go on between offices. And so I think what we need to do is start out with the hard, the black letter law. We look at the audit, we look at the statutes, we look at potentially how do other towns navigate these things? What's the best practice? And we hear from those auditors, and then we step back and we have a conversation about what's next. But I do think you're right, it goes into HR, and we need to just start afresh and look at this town from the perspective of how people work together and understand their roles in terms of the statutory and other things that have to be done.
And how it compromises our internal controls and how we are left vulnerable as a
Well,
result.
When I
That's what I
think
would add.
we
And-
need to go.
But it sounds like we're gonna discuss in the future.
Yes, and we're going to look forward and say, we now have a good audit report that explains some things to us.
Huh.
And if we need to, we can always say we need a forensic audit report. But we'll do what we need to do, I think. That's my hope.
Okay.
Pam has had her hand up.
I have a few observations about this memo, I guess I would call it. First of all, it's not dated and it's not signed. It says it's from the interim finance director. So I would ask that we have a minimum standard of these documents being dated and signed by the author. Also, I look at the first line, it says, I was asked to provide information on the processes. Doesn't say by whom. So that would be interesting to know who solicited this. And I'm also, I saw a lot of inaccuracies in what was in here, from somebody who's only been here 3 months and on a temp basis, so.
So this is the kind of discussion, sorry to interrupt, but from a point of order, like, yeah, I want to get into it, just as Pam is doing, but I think, I just wanted to make sure that we're going to a
Right.
future meeting.
And I just would like us to convey to our department heads that if you submit a report to this board, the minimum standard is you date it and you put your name on it, you take ownership of it.
I've asked for that repeatedly, so we're gonna talk about this, I think, but I think it's premature tonight. Mary, or Priscilla, you were first.
Well, it's probably inappropriate for me to say what I think. So maybe I should just be quiet. I found this very offensive. I'll shut up there.
You're allowed to say what you think. Mary?
No, I'm, no.
Okay. John Carroll, would you like to speak?
Just mindful of all the stuff on your plate.
Mhm.
And it would appear to a layperson, perhaps, that one could say, we probably need to substantially reconstruct our financial management system, or at least codify it in a way that everybody understands and can live by. That's probably pretty esoteric work. I, for myself, would regard devising a financial management system that appropriately knits together all the players in Tracy Hall. It occurs to me that you might do all that you've just discussed, but that you might also keep in mind the possibility of putting together a committee of townspeople with expertise in accounting and auditing, and you probably do have two or three of them. And maybe a board representative to sit in on it and be the liaison. And to charge them with the duty of coming back to you in X weeks with a proposal for how you might reconstruct your management system. This isn't rocket science. It's unknown to lay people like me, but it's done all around the state. And as you say, we might just learn from some other towns, whereas nothing so unique about Norwich that we have to have our own solution. I'm sure the Association of Municipal Clerks and Treasurers could be a very valuable resource. And I'm sure that auditing firms could be also. So I'm just suggesting that you might outsource some of this work. What's the benefit of that? First of all, it allows you to deal with so many other things, but also it engages the community. And I think it probably done right would enhance the credibility and respect for the solution that you ultimately adopt, because it came from respected people in the community, as not in addition to the respected people for you.
You've read my mind. I want to ask you this. What do you think we had in the past a finance committee? And I thought that we needed to resurrect a finance committee to give us some valuable.
Yes.
Yeah, I think these are different problems. Yeah.
Right, but I'm
Finance
just-
committee is a valuable resource for you to be thinking about your budgeting, capital budgeting and all that sort of stuff. This, as I understand it, is quite a different question. It's how do you design an effective management and control system for all the different pieces of finance.
But to the extent that they're going to have to make recommendations, knowing the full sort of workings, I think it goes beyond just,
Well,
I think that.
you write a charge if that's
Just
what you
a second, Roger. I'm just wondering if a finance committee should simultaneously be reconstituted and at least be flies on the wall for this activity.
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Roger?
I think respectfully, we're getting ahead of it. I just wanted to know that we're gonna be able to all discuss this memo in greater details. We might have a process where we create a committee and write a charter, whatever we want to do with that committee, but I mean, right now, I think there's some like a more immediate concerns, and I think they relate to HR matters. I think like we need to address some very clear problems on the HR and personnel level. And then I think we need to talk about what we're going to build, where it might come from a committee, it might come from us, it might come from both. So that's why I was sort of trying to make your mind
I
about
understand.
that process.
I think, I respectfully disagree. I think the HR is part and parcel of it, but I don't think it's the first thing. I think that understanding what we need to create is first. And then we say, this is what has to happen. And this is what the people that we have hired and elected are going to do. Mary?
I think we need to move on from this topic and other topics.
Yes.
Where do we stand on searching for and applications for the financial director?
Brennan?
That is actually on our agenda for later. I can speak directly to this position, or if you want to wait a little bit, I'm going to talk about more.
But are we actively seeking somebody who's going to have this full-time position at the moment?
Yes, we are.
So a lot of this would make sense if this is something that's going to be imminent, that we wait till we get somebody who's going to take this over rather than an interim part-time person. No?
I'll give you my opinion. I think some of this process needs to be redeveloped prior to finding somebody and bringing them in.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
So the approach that we're taking is we're going to figure out exactly what we need and how we want it, and that's how we're going to hire the new person.
Well, we're actively trying to hire a new person. So we have job postings out there in multiple venues. We've not had any qualified applicants come through, and only one applicant has submitted. So, we have a problem. And I think the problem is that we need to address some of the negativity and at least the narrative that's going on with working in Norwich. Just, I'll leave it with that, just the general working climate for people coming in. I think we're at a point where we've turned a corner and we're headed in a positive direction, but I think we need all to be working on a positive narrative that Norwich is a good place to come and work and stay. And as part of that, we are also dedicated to improving the conditions and the process that goes along with the working environment.
Thank you.
Thank you,
So
Roger.
when, like, because when are we doing that? So I think, or might I ask, given that this is, I've identified as in part personnel, and knowing that personnel is the prerogative of our town manager, although, things are unique right now. I guess my question for you then, as our, in that role, is what expectations or support would you need from this group? Right? Like, to answer Pam's question, by whom I assume that management team. And so presumably this was presented to us because you would like us to support the work that's outlined in it, right? Is that what I'm hearing? And
I think-
and I don't know if this is a future discussion.
Future discussion, but I think it's kind of a leading question.
Well, you have to answer that.
I think we have to find the right person to come into this financial director role, and I don't know who they are, where they are. I'm hopeful that we will find qualified candidates that will be interested, and then we'll be able to interview and kind of make sure we have a fit there. In the parallel path, I think we really need to be working on improving the processes so that they feel they're coming into a inviting environment where they will be able to flourish and have a meaningful professional career.
And there was one final, and that is found in this document. You believe in part
In the document
that Joyce has produced?
I think Joyce coming in as kind of an outsider looking in through this audit process has tried to point out issues, processes, and things that we can improve, and has documented those in her recommendations. I don't know that I agree with every one of those, but I think it's a good place to start a discussion.
And then my final point, Madam Chair, is thank you to Joyce. But I've heard these concerns reflected in our most recent management team. So I thank her for sort of obviously as a third party contractor, there is the benefit of relying on that sort of neutrality. But nonetheless, I've seen some of these things before in past two managers that I've worked with, and so I just wanted to validate that.
That's enough right
I
now.
wanted to validate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can move on to maybe as
That's
Mary
enough right now.
suggested.
Go ahead, Cheryl. And I want to please, there are some controversial things we all understand in this document, and the document is not determinative. We are going to be talking about a lot of things.
That's great.
Thank you. Cheryl Lindbergh, treasurer. Couple comments. This has never been discussed with me. This document coming into a public packet is inappropriate. And it is not accurate. There are many inaccuracies in this document. And I will not tolerate being the suggestion of issues in this document without a response. I think it's inappropriate to take this to a public packet when nothing has been spoken about with me to vet the accuracy of the document. And there are no conflicts. For example, the statutes determine conflicts of positions held, and the content of this should have not been put out. What should have been put out is an update on the 7 material and significant discrepancies and failures, deficiencies that exist from that audit report. That's the update we should be getting. And the mess that was left in that office that is not done the work of the position to which someone was hired is what should have been in this update. And I do not believe that this is of all the right thing to be looking at tonight. We have a meeting with the auditors in 2 weeks. And at that point in time, you know, those significant and material deficiencies of this audit, which are done by an independent source, and we're paying a lot of money to, and they also are the ones making a lot of adjusting journal entries to balance the books. That's what should be in an update to the audit.
Thank you, Cheryl. Just to be clear, I didn't see this either before it was in the packet, so. Now, we are now going to move on. And we are at the town meeting results. So. Are you going to speak to this?
I think when we put this on, we were knowing that we were gonna have a meeting right after our elections, and I guess it was just an opportunity to have any discussion that we wanted to have about the outcomes. I know in my mind, the Article 10 passing was surprising, I guess.
Was that ARPA?
That was the ARPA.
Yeah.
So we are gonna need to address that at some point. I don't think it's a crisis of any kind, but I think we obviously need to have a voter ratification, I guess, that the special reserve fund is not the correct place to place the ARPA funding.
So, knowing that the candidates for the select board, for the school board were left off the ballot, and there has to be another meeting, can we roll this into that?
I believe we certainly could.
Okay.
We probably should. And I believe our financial director Joyce is also looking at a more, I guess, overarching reclassification of funds and really trying to clean up what is existing there. And that might, again, depending on the timing of when we need to have that special meeting, allow us to do a number of things that we might need voter approval for, as far as clarifying different funds and different pieces of that.
Okay, so, Tom Cannon told me that he's in his chair for another 30 days. And so, if you could potentially work with him about the timing, because I'm sure they're gonna have to get on it to have another special meeting. And if we could be ready for that, I think that would be good, don't you know? Pam,
I have a question on statute. There's a 30-day period for rescission or reconsideration. Does that affect this particular situation, or is that not applicable?
good question, I'll look at that.
I know the public can petition within 30 days for rescission or reconsideration, but I'm wondering if it's something that's initiated by the board, is there a different timing, or are we held to the same timing?
Well, let's look at that, because I think that's a good idea. Yes, Roger.
Can we see more information about the decision that was made as to why this was not allowed for a reserve fund? ARPA money can't be held in reserve as a rainy day, but there's no reason why you can't, you know, hold funds in a reserve fund. And then also I would say, though voters created a reserve fund, they didn't agree to fund it. So indeed, like, it's less of an emergency, I would say. No, like, I'm sure if you were to ask for a legal opinion, they would say you're safe to assume that you could transfer these funds. But the question didn't actually ask them to transfer any money to this established reserve fund.
Well, I'm worried about two things. We had, reserve fund number 49 says ARPA funds. And so what we thought we were doing was tidying up, as we were directed to do, and have the people vote for it. But apparently, if you're not far enough down the path of using your ARPA monies, you can't just hold it in a reserve fund. And so that's where we've gone afoul. So let's look at the methods for fixing.
Yeah, it was, I think, fixing, but then also just maybe for the benefit of the public, I guess we'll say, or the packet. If there's any information that led to the advice that you had gotten, when we had the meeting, we had a meeting and there was an explanation provided, but I saw no
We did. receive-
materials.
We did.
So whatever you received,
We'll send it,
Okay.
we'll put it in the packet. Okay,
I think we're actually fine.
and was there anything else that we need to worry about?
No,
Okay, the one thing that I want to continue to work on quickly is the follow-up for the tax. For the change in tax payment and to work with the school board, especially before there's a change there, before Tom leaves. If we can get our data in order so we understand the problem that we have. And then on their side, I've asked Tom if he would expedite getting something to us in writing so that we can look at a schedule. But I think that has to be prioritized.
What are you thinking for a time frame on that, like a month?
Well,
Not this next meeting, but the next one,
it's
as
just,
far as being prepared to do something.
it's up to Jamie for when she can get something to Teague, and then I think we're gonna want to have it sent to council.
So it will take a little while, maybe we should move on it quickly, but yeah, be prepared on all the pieces of it.
Right. Okay,
Are we still on the time?
yes.
Yeah.
Would you like to speak?
Cheryl Lindbergh, one other item from the town meeting regarding, was the article on the money being moved for the fire department.
Right.
That
That approved,
did get approved, yeah, that received approved. I've had a long conversation with Matt Sweat, who I guess is not here, with regard to that article, and where did the number come from? Where did that amount come from? According to my conversation with Matt, it came from his spreadsheet. So that amount has not come from the finance office of the town of Norwich. And my knowledge, I've asked Joyce about the closure of the grant. Because grants open when you get approved and they have a time frame. They don't always coexist with a fiscal year. They could be a calendar year, so they're gonna cross over fiscal years. And she confirmed that there's a grant receivable amount, which did get deposited into the bank in January of 23. So we just got the last amount of money for this grant.
which is
So
what Matt said.
Did he? Yeah. So, but I've never seen a document that provides the dollar amount of the grant as it hasn't quite come to closure. So typically you would see, as you would with ARPA, a grant fund that shows the money coming in, the expenditures being sent out, and you'd have a grant fund showing a net amount that remains after that. So anyway, I just want to bring that up to have maybe the select board.
We have a grant problem, we're getting solved it.
Right, and the ARPA article is wrong because the money needs to go into a grant fund. It's federal money. It is not a reserve fund until after we have spent it as a town. And there is some surplus generated by the use of it that we can then take those dollars and put into a reserve fund.
Then that grant can get another cost extension.
Thank you. Ms. Roger.
So, I mean, I think I would like to actually, I think like this actually just illustrates actually a little bit of the tension that I would like to get into a little bit as a matter of HR and personnel, right? You know, is the treasurer, you know, able to comment on the state and health of our accounts if only the finance director is the one who is able to review grant information from the state? Do remittances or communications from the state go to the finance officer, and how are they dependent on the treasurer to share that information, and what happens if they don't?
We've
So I
seen
think-
allegations and we'll.
So
dig
I
into them in the
think,
future.
like these kinds of so I think the situation explains very perfectly what I would like to I would like to know what is and isn't appropriate when something like this happens, right? When a department head works with our finance director on the grant amount that we need for a reserve, and then after it's voted on by voters and the treasurer comes and expresses skepticism or a problem with the whole process that was conducted, that's really not good for the town. And so I don't know if it's a matter of having a conversation about, what decorum or the appropriateness of roles, or else, a different kind of process. So I wanted to, I bring up, and thank you, Marcia, for your forbearance, because I just feel like this is a perfect example that we just need to get into. It's not hard, it can be,
I think, Roger.
it's all in good faith,
process,
right?
It goes to process as much as it goes to HR.
Yeah.
And you have to remember that we don't hire elected officials. And so the process will figure out for all involved who does what and when. And I always have to go back and remember Cheryl saved the town hundreds of thousands of dollars when she found a fraud. And so I think it's important that people question, and questioning is not wrong on its face. So that's enough for that for now, I think, and we need to move on. Yes, if you're just going to say the same, can we?
No, different,
Okay.
different topic
Please.
from the town meeting,
Okay, please.
so, thank you. Stuart Richards, and the article at the town meeting advised this select board that we would like another police officer. And the question is, do you agree? And if you do agree, where's the money coming from? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we've had more than one question.
Okay, if I can add to that.
State your name.
Oh, Charlotte Metcalf. If I can add to that, this board, the previous board, finally allowed the article to go on the ballot. Two people, Roger included, felt that it should not even go on as an advisory question. Unfortunately, the board decided on a technicality not to make it binding by allowing an amount to be associated with that officer. But I think Stuart is right to ask at this time if we want to keep a chief and let the department be rebuilt, that we address the question of how we're going to pay for the fifth officer, which people have voted for. And I'm assuming that the majority of this board would like to listen to the people in town. Thanks.
Thank you. I think just to provide an answer to that, the problem with the petition that came to us was that it had two parts, and one part was the advisory part, which is what actually was parsed out and passed. And the other part was about money. And because under statute, only the board can decide about money, we couldn't put that on the ballot because it was a binding article. And so basically this advisory article means that the board has been told that the people in town approve of this. Now, what we've got is a budget, and we've also got an audit, and we're trying to figure out what's actually in our pocketbook, right? And then this man in the seat of the town manager looks at the pocketbook, and he has the hiring and firing authority for police. So I think what we have to do is wait to see how everything sorts out. Look what's in the pocket, and then not to put any pressure, but that's how it works under statute.
I think this should be a future agenda. I think this should just be a future agenda.
Yes, it will be at some point a future agenda item.
So we do have numbers, though, about what money was not spent on police this last year and the year before. And of course, our hope, I'm sure a lot of the voters hope that we could use some of that money this year, which was not budgeted for the fifth person. And going forward, make it possible to budget for what people expect in the way of police, which is 20 hours a day, 7 days a week. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Anything more on the town meeting? Nothing, okay. Then we'll move on to, the open positions update, which is item 14.
All right, I will try to make this fairly brief. I just, I know I've given updates in the last meeting during the report, interim town manager report. Two things have happened here. One, the budget was approved in the election, and that's great. In that budget, I had come into this position and made recommendations about doing some additional administrative assistant, adding an administrative assistant position in the town manager's office, and so freeing up our existing assistant to the town manager, kind of making an internal promotion there and allowing her to focus more on the human resource side of our municipal government, which I think is critical to hiring and retaining good employees, and also more of a focus on grant focus. How do we leverage more money coming in through grants? Once we do, how do we administer those? So two pieces there, which I'd like to move on quickly, because I think it's pretty critical that we do. So that said, we are going to be working here in the next week or two on some new job descriptions, and I'd like to get, once we have a good job description for that administrative assistant, which will, I'll remind folks, also be kind of a half-time working on DPW related issues as well, kind of being a clerical piece for that, which is also a critical need. And then again, freeing up Miranda at some point when we have somebody hired and fully trained to focus on some of the other things, which I think we'll have to start earlier than that. So
Roger?
So Brendan, are you expressing to us that you would like to make these hires before the end of the fiscal year? Because this budget is obviously.
I am, yeah, I guess that was always my anticipation, once we needed to know that this was going to be funded for the next year, but to do so before we get to, July.
So to what extent are you looking then for feedback from this board?
Well,
In terms of, sorry, not in terms of the hire, like, but in terms of, I mean, we just heard, we just heard, and we have to discuss, what it, like this advisory article in the context of personnel. And also, obviously, I think, there's a strong case for more administrative support in your office. And so to what extent, with the monies left in this fiscal year, what is the priority? But I don't even want to pose it like that, because we have to discuss the sort of what to do with that advisory article sort of separately. But you get the sort of.
I do. I mean,
Think about it.
there's competing interests and limited resources. So again, in my mind, the critical timely piece is trying to hire that administrative assistant position, moving Miranda into an advanced or an enhanced role, I guess, to serve the town in a little different way than she has. And then we have other positions as well, but I wanted to get that out there. I'd like to do all of this hopefully in the next 3 weeks or so, and have this kind of ready to go, have a posting that could go out in late March, early April for the administrative position. And then again, I think Miranda's more of an internal, just in addition there.
And remember, the fiscal year is ending soon.
Soon, yes.
And so we're actually, not too early to be hopping on it.
Yeah. If we were 6 months out, I'd have a little more concern. And anyway, I guess on that side, that is it. And I have a couple more things so I can pan out.
Just before we leave this, so we can expect an executive session when you get some people that aren't you're serious about.
For all of these, probably yes, and there are other open positions, but the administrative assistant position that we're talking about hasn't even been posted. I mean, we really, I want to do a thoughtful job description of what that would be. I think it plays into a lot of what we're talking about tonight, as far as kind of assisting with these meetings and the technical side of that, and some of the other kind of more clerical duties that are important and take a lot of time, really, more so than we would like in some cases.
Okay. Pam? Just second,
I
Karen.
don't have the finance report in front of me from the last meeting. I didn't think to bring that, but my recollection is that the town administration budget is far beyond where it should be at this point in the year, given the payout to the former town manager. So I'm wondering what kind of funding is available to create this position before FY '24 starts. I think that would be a critical piece of information to have before this board agrees to starting it before July 1.
I think Brennan can come up with those.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I think with the payout that was made and my taking over that role in the interim capacity, we've probably already exceeded the budget that we had for maybe both of those. So why don't you let me kind of look at that financial side of the movements and back to that.
To some extent, those were unexpected and sort of emergent needs that we had to expend extra money that we wouldn't have otherwise had to do.
Right, but this board would have to vote to use that emergency fund in order to supplement the town administration budget, if I understand it correctly. And I just would like to know where this money is coming from. I understand that it all goes down to the bottom line. Do we have surplus funds that we can use? But it's also been tradition to not rob Peter to pay Paul. So, you know, if there's money left over in one department, that doesn't mean that it should be shifted to the town administration. So I would want to see those numbers before having a vote on anything.
Yeah, fair enough. The other positions I just wanted to mention, we do still have a building and grounds position with the Department of Public Works that is being actively posted and advertised. Hoping to fill that soon before grass starts to grow, but we are working on that one. We did just complete a hire for an equipment operator, which we had talked about at the last meeting. So we have the final approval came through for that. So that is another body working now in the Department of Public Works, which will help them. It seems like a good guy to have.
Is that a full complement now for that?
Except for the building and
Okay.
grounds. Yes, at the moment it is. And then I think I mentioned at the last meeting, the planning and zoning director position, we do continue to advertise for that. Again, we've had limited interest in from qualified candidates at this point. And so we will continue to work on that. No real viable candidate at the moment that I can talk about. And then the other piece on the financial director position that I should mention. So we have, obviously Joyce is our intern working via Robert Half as a consultant, basically. So we're contracted with Robert Half for her through the end of April, which is unfortunately moving quickly towards us here. So we need to make some decision at some point about whether we would look to re-up that contract with Robert Half for Joyce to keep her on kind of in some continuity. I would advise that we look to do that because I don't know how we would move away from that in the short term. And I'm assuming we will not have a qualified hire for April 30th. The other piece of that is that Robert Half does have recruitment resource that I have not really gone into great discussion with, but they might be another recruitment avenue that we could tap. And I think at this point, we had that position posted for about a month with again, no real qualified candidates seeking showing interest. So that would cost money. We would have probably, I don't know exactly how their terms work, but I would assume there's additional costs required to have them basically supply the town with qualified candidates who we would then vet and interview. But if we ended up hiring like a real estate broker, if the lead came in through Robert Half, we would pay them some kind of a commission on the salary of the hire. So I don't really have any more detail other than I wanted to throw that out there and just get the board's kind of informal consensus that should I have that conversation with Robert Half specifically about what they may or may not be able to do to help us, and then come back with some further details. Do we want to just continue to kind of advertise this independently and hope that somebody may see or hear about us? Which again, after a month of posting, we have not. And I think something else might be required, I guess.
My feeling would be that we need to be prepared, and so getting more information from Robert Half would seem logical. Doesn't mean we've made a decision, but having some sort of information, we're armed.
That was my thought as well. So what I can certainly do is have that initial conversation about what the terms of that, an agreement with them, but try to help us with recruitment look like, and come back with more of a financial picture of what the impacts would be.
So we put that on for the next agenda.
I'm gonna do probably, if we have time, an interim town manager report at the next meeting.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Okay, that's it.
I'm mindful that your contract might be coming up. And so at some point, we need to think about that, because we need to. We need to extend it if the board and you are happy to do that, maybe we need to talk about that in an executive session. And the board, part and parcel, we have to start talking about long-term filling that position. So, yes, Charlotte.
I'm gonna ask a really naive question. I think it's been answered before, but I'm not sure. How is it that a new position in the town manager's office has been created, requiring additional budgeting without a town vote, when an additional police officer could not be added without a town vote? I know that we voted for the town budget, but the position was incorporated into the budget without a say in the town about whether we wanted it. It was just presented as far as I saw, by the interim finance director. I mean, it came up the first time I heard it was in a meeting when she did a presentation to us and said that she thought that was necessary, and that maybe the town clerk's office didn't need so much assistance. That's all. I'm just,
I think
I need clarification.
Go ahead.
Yes, I think, basically, we had been talking about, the experience that we had where we were without a town manager.
Right.
And so we were talking about how to avoid that sort of thing in the future. And then when we were budgeting each department, we had a discussion about whether we would add in our budget. More money so that that could happen. And basically an opportunity hire of the person who's been there doing a lot of work, who might be elevated to do some more things. And then, rather than hiring, which hadn't been successful, trying to get a hire to be the DPW's assistant, making that position a half-time position and combining it with a half-time position in the town manager's office, so that that new person would actually be sitting in the town manager's office, but providing a coherent sort of connection.
I thought somehow the town clerk's office was also in that discussion.
Oh, that was discussed, but that didn't happen.
Okay, that's clear to me. Still, but I'm still understanding how someone could be added.
So we basically, the net was we added a half a position.
Yeah.
Which was, and again, the thought behind that was not being, well, one being to find the professional competent person. We didn't know that we could find that with a 20-hour-a-week kind of part-time job.
So Pam has had her. hand
Oh,
up.
I'm sorry.
My concern about the money that was budgeted for a town manager search is money that starts on July 1. And again, I point out that the town administration is already overspent. And where would the money come from if we start looking for a town manager now, which we probably could be doing? Brennan's contract is to June 30. And
That's right.
there hasn't been anything discussed about getting a search going, other than to talk about budgeting in FY '24. So it just seems to me that that's putting the cart before the horse.
Right. Roger?
So, Brennan, what do you think about a broader RFQ process?
Louder?
What would you think about a broader RFQ process for recruitment broadly? Like, there's 3 positions that we need to recruit for. I don't know if there is the kind of recruitment firm, a municipal government recruitment firm that would be able to cover our bases, but it strikes me that we should have more of a prolonged arrangement or contract or relationship that could potentially cover multiple fiscal years. I mean, we know that a healthy job search takes about 3 to 6 months. We know that it's 3 months to the end of the fiscal year. So I wonder if we, in terms of agenda items, we think about, and Robert Half can be brought into the mix in this process, but thinking about finding that recruitment firm to work with the town of Norwich for a period of time, because we need a lot of senior management positions.
Well, the same problem with funding. We haven't budgeted for
It's
that.
the same, but because it's an RFQ, it's a study and
I'm sorry, what's an
as a
RFQ?
request for qualifications, as I had said, yes, so anyway, I think it's like sort of, it becomes a different process. And the
Yeah.
payment schedule could cross the
I mean,
years.
there are certainly recruitment firms that do that regionally. VLCT has their own kind of internal processes there where they have folks that look at that. I think the Robert Half for the financial director position makes some sense because they work very specifically in that type of realm, that financial accounting specialty. I don't know honestly that, the recruitment firms that I'm aware of post on all of the places that we're posting as well. So you're maybe finding some additional candidates through there, or you're paying them to do some of the vetting of initial candidates, again, assuming you had an influx of people and you didn't have the time to weed through them. We don't seem to have that problem. So it's something that we could consider, I guess. I don't really have a good answer on, does that make sense to use at the moment?
Okay,
I'd like to try Robert first, because it's cost effective, I think.
We'll see.
We hope.
Yeah.
Tam?
Well, we might be looking for a purple unicorn, but I think we need to look for someone who has some municipal accounting experience. Some of the discussions that I've had with Joyce, it's clear that she comes from a corporate background, which is not a great fit for a municipal fund accounting system. And so there's a little bit of a push and pull there. So if we could find someone with municipal accounting experience, that would be ideal.
Good point. I'm going to suggest, if we don't have any more real discussions about this at the moment.
yeah.
that we have a 5-minute break.
It's getting late.
Yes.
Yeah. So moving on then.
Do we want to have
Oh,
a break,
take a break.
or do you want to postpone?
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
I have a quick
please do,
objection.
please do, Mona.
Monday this night. With a new board, there's an opportunity to turn the page on the previous one and the reputational issues that the town has had to deal with. May I suggest that the board discuss perhaps putting out a statement reinforcing the town's welcoming approach to employees and its commitment to their welfare, and that the town is a healthy place where people come work. And there are issues that clearly need to be sorted out. But it would say a lot to the market if the new select board commits itself to changing the culture or the reputation of the town publicly. Right, I think that will go a long way if people saw that. At the very least, people would be interested in exploring the opportunity. So.
Thank you.
that's my suggestion.
Yeah,
Good suggestion.
you're here.
Yes. Okay,
Can I just,
yes, Karen.
at the town meeting, somebody said that we're hiring.
The owl can't see you and hear you.
Everybody. That we're going to hire an assistant town manager. And that really took me by surprise that that was in the budget and it was presented as being in the budget. Hire an assistant town manager, so if we hire another town manager and they quit, somebody can sort of step in and fill the shoes. That was sort of a shocker. And I wonder if we're going forward with that or what that was.
So I think I can explain it. So I think it was actually Cheryl who said that, and it's not accurate to the point that what we're looking to do, I think I explained this, is kind of an internal promotion where Miranda Bergman, who is now the assistant to the town manager, is her job title, would morph into what we would call an assistant town manager position, which would have some enhanced roles, again, related to human resource management and grant administration. And then the halftime position is really the new hire. And there's a halftime position that has been vacant in the Department of Public Works for some time. So
I get that,
That's in the budget already.
but I also think that as an assistant town manager, if that's going to be a position that is created, it should be publicly advertised. And not just a promotion, because we're giving somebody a huge promotion and a lot more responsibility. And I think that there are other people who may have wanted to apply for that job, certainly not me, don't worry. But I just think that it's one thing to give a promotion, but to say this person is now an assistant town manager, which is a position that has never been had in this town before. And as was pointed out at the town meeting, South Burlington has one and Brattleboro has one. I don't know that Norwich is in that category, that we have one. And what comparable salaries are and what we're doing. And that was sort of never presented to the public. It was sort of just thrown out there.
I think we discussed it in various ways during the budgeting season, and what we were wrestling with was whether it would be called an assistant town manager or just assistant to the town manager with a capital A. But
That's very different.
yeah, and the point is that this particular person is almost an opportunity hire because she has experience that's on point with the things that we need in terms of HR background and experience with the town. And the grant funding stuff, just keeping track of what's out there and helping to keep monitoring it. That was what we were hoping would happen.
Okay, I can buy that. And agree with you, but there's such a thing as even advertising the position, being open about it. And you could put internal candidate, strong internal candidate, something to that effect, but to add a position of quasi power or power to the town and just appoint somebody internally, I question. It's, if
Yeah.
you're saying, we're doing things really well here with HR, and I agree, we're working, we're getting it. So let's go all the way and make sure that we're not just creating new positions that are elevated within the town and not advertising that the new position, just giving it.
Yeah. And I also want you to sort of understand what happened when we were without a town manager.
Oh, I know.
We had a situation where we had very few people who had any experience in town who could actually step into that role.
Oh, I get it, and I'm not arguing.
Oh, I know.
I'm not arguing whether or not it may be reasonable. I'm arguing potentially the title.
Yeah,
And just the fact that it's not being publicly sort of let people know that this is happening. And you can put it out there with, internal candidate or something along that lines, but at least the transparency is there rather than just saying, oh, this is what we've decided to do and we're gonna just go ahead and do it. So I think that we could move forward in a more mutual,
Transparent.
right?
yes, Pam.
To her concern, I am concerned about running afoul of EEO laws and Fair Labor Standards Act. So I agree with her that if we're going to create a new position, it should be advertised. And we should conduct fair interviews of all candidates who apply.
I
So
think
that-
we checked out those concerns because, it is possible that to elevate.
Yeah,
someone-
we did have, some discussion about this with our council. They thought it was perfectly appropriate to, do kind of an internal promotion for a qualified candidate into, a new position with new responsibilities and a higher, compensation rate. There was no legal question about that at all.
Okay, well, that wasn't shared with the public, so was my concern.
Well, yeah, I mean, again. We were talking about that during the process of the budgeting and. What we were authorizing was that our town manager would have a bigger budget to do things with, to improve his office.
Right, but if you look at the line item in the budget for administrative assistant wages, there's no mention of an assistant town manager.
Right.
And as you recall, I sent you a personal email saying that I would really like to see that kind of transparency in the
Yeah.
budget.
We take it on board.
But it didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen. In the flush of what was going on with our budget season, we were lucky to get our budget finished, and I think, there's just some things that were, you know. I've been critical in the past, and it's hard when you're sitting in the seat and you're thinking, okay, this guy's trying to do the job, and we want to make sure that he can do the job. And you know, when you raise a question like the EOC or whatever, and people are thinking, oh yeah, that's right, we better check on that. But the bottom line, he has some discretion about what he needs to hire for his office. And I get it that people take it seriously when we're thinking about having an assistant town manager. But having been in a position where people were looking at me and saying, why don't you as chair sign this? Because it has to be signed. It really hit home that we need to have some protection and insurance. And so I think things didn't get done as well as they might have been done in terms of, broadcasting, this is what we're gonna do. But on the other hand, I think that's where it crosses the line where the board says, okay, we'll give you more money and you can do what's legal and required to get your job done. Roger?
Yes, but we're for this budget, not next year's budget, so I think like
Right.
we'll have to get, and there's these funds for, yeah. So we'll sounds like we're gonna get some descriptions and then we're gonna see what we can afford effectively. But it sounds like getting a start on it. It's gonna take a while.
Well, I think waiting until
Yeah.
July 1st is not an option.
Yeah.
I mean, we could be in the same position we are with 4 different open positions.
Better plan a money trail back.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, Chris. And then I'm going to ask if we can have a 10-minute break. Go ahead.
An hour. Chris Clement. So I have a question. So, I think you might be able to answer this.
Chris Clement, can you say your name? 'Cause
Oh, I
he-
did.
Okay, good,
I did.
okay.
Sorry. Vermont has gone through a tremendous struggle with the town manager form of government. Now, from what I've heard is there are very few assistant town managers. And what I see you guys trying to do now is come up with a peaceful transition in rough times, plus add a good human resource person. I have to wonder, since there are so few towns who have experienced that title, is there anything that you have anticipated that will be a statutory nightmare if when we lose a town manager and you guys have now given that person statutory authority as the assistants, but they can't act as interim and you can't, is there already precedent for that title that is not going to get you guys in some deep water at a transitional time?
It's a good question, but interestingly, I discovered that there is no statute that covers an assistant town manager.
That's my question is
But what you guys have suggested is that when the town manager may or may not disappear, you're going to promote that person to that role, so which means that that person with that title will then assume the statutory duties of a town manager. And that's where I think you could get into a sticky wicket,
Well,
assuming that that person can take on those responsibilities.
yeah, I mean, what you see and if you've been looking at other towns who've lost right around here, who've lost their town managers, they temporarily appoint somebody. And so it's usually and it could be anybody in the organization that has enough experience, but it's usually contractual for a certain period of time. And so similarly, Brennan has a contract for a certain period of time. And his contract is, he under his contract can't do hiring and firing. But under statute, if you hired a town manager for permanent, they would be able to do that.
Right.
What about Miranda though?
Miranda,
Remain?
yeah, and she,
Remain.
There would,
Chair.
this is just a sec, this is actually getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, but it would be a contractual arrangement, because you can't just say, will you be town manager? That's not exactly how it works.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Look, when we get a town manager, will we still have an assistant manager?
Oh,
So
that's a good question, but Roger.
Point of
you-
order, if I may.
That's a
I think this, so, in the spirit of, having the potential to revise our rules of procedure, I would say that this situation is exactly what I would hope to keep to a minimum in future meetings. Just because I think it's particularly the way you structured the agenda, which I support, is one where we have like items for information. And so I'm happy to ask questions to get information, but I will not gonna make comments on anything. Like, so I'll use myself as an example. What I should have said is, Brennan, have you considered an RFQ? And he should say like, I will take that under advisement in this informational section. Thank you. And we will, we'll move on. So I say that both as a point of order and as in the spirit of how I would hope we can function.
Right, I think, some of that I understand,
me-
but I also know that that's how we got into a dichotomy with people. And we need to continue to be as transparent and answer as many questions as we can. So that's what we're trying to do. There are some questions we can't answer. I mean, if we create a position, I think the position remains. Right? If we create a position, that position remains. Although, having said that, if a town manager has the right to hire and fire, a new town manager could come in and theoretically, and this is all theoretical, fire the assistant town manager or not fill the position or whatever. I don't know. It's a
So the
little bit
assistant town
speculative.
manager is gonna have an assistant, right?
Yes.
That is shared with another department.
Oh, that one. Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, we've got a town manager now, an assistant town manager. Right, who has an assistant that she shares with another department. I'm just saying, we're adding layer upon layer. And we haven't really understood that we're building our bureaucracy. Right,
I understand
for
that.
what are they able to keep town managers?
If I could just to that,
What?
just to address that question or that concern, I think again, none of this would have been proposed if there was not a need. This additional layer of another assistant that's gonna be kind of doing clerical, and another really important in my mind, need to have somebody focusing on HR so that we can keep and retain good employees. So that, again, this is not we're gonna try to build bureaucracy in the town government. This is, we have a lot of needs, requirements that are taking time and resources that we need to fill effectively, and that was the, I guess, idea behind all of this.
And it resonated with me how many times I heard that our staff didn't have time to do things, follow up on grants or whatever. And I'm hoping against hope that this new position will allow us that flexibility so that we can take advantage of grants and move ahead and save ourselves some money. It could be that this position actually saves us money. I don't know. All right, let's take a 5 or 10 minute break and then come back and finish. Is that okay? Which one?
Could we,
Oh, Jen.
would it be possible, would it be possible before we break to have Wade's, could we
Wade.
restructure? Wade has been very patiently waiting, and I didn't think we would be at 9:30 here.
No, I've been here since this morning.
Is that okay?
Yes, that's
He's
okay.
a mean enough boss, I don't want to see.
Yeah, you don't agree in the morning.
So is there a motion that we could begin with perhaps for the spirit?
Yeah, so I think the motion would be to authorize the town manager to use or to approve expenditure for the purchase of a police cruiser, which has been previously ordered. That might be a little clumsy and maybe it can be refined, but that's what we're trying to do here is basically we have a police cruiser that was ordered back in September by the prior town manager. It is now ready to be picked up and purchased. And so we could not find any evidence that the money to do that had actually been approved and appropriated. So that is what we're asking for tonight.
And we need the amount.
Yeah. The amount. Wade, you've been here. Would you like to
Yeah,
participate?
the amount will be, wow, my glasses are on my desk, 43,826.
I think it's 828.
So now, Madam Chair,
I don't know, my
would
glasses are
you
good.
entertain a motion to begin with, and I assume Mary could make that,
Oh.
or I can make if I know the amount again. So, Marcia, would you entertain a motion?
I would entertain a motion.
Okay, so I move to authorize the town manager to make a purchase of a police cruiser from the equipment, from the cruiser reserve fund for the amount of
43,828.
828.
I'll second it.
Okay, now we'll have discussion. Chief Cochran, can you tell us more about what we did, because we can't remember that we approved this.
So yes and no, because I have limited knowledge too. I have to go back to Judy and or past board meetings. It looks like it was discussed, but I can't find the nearest date I have is some emails going back. It looks like April 7th of 2022.
That is clear.
It is. And then the past town manager signed a purchase order on September 9th, 22 for the purchase. And I think a lot of this happened pre-COVID because vehicles weren't available, so they kind of ordered ahead, hoping a vehicle would finally show up. And I was hoping after July, but it showed up early, so
Nice.
we were lucky, and he said if we don't take it, somebody else will. So,
I'm just wondering, we must have approved this in our last budget.
Maybe earlier.
But I think there's ongoing budgeting that goes into this designated fund for kind of capital purchases.
correct.
I think the last budgeted item I saw was $35,000, which I think is going in to kind of continue to capitalize a fund that would be used for cruiser replacement.
Correct. And it looks like in FY 23, I'm going by the information I have from Joyce, it looks like there's 100, right around 100,000, then that came, I'm sorry, the RAV4 came out of that too. That was
35.
So we believe we have about $70,000, approximately $70,000.
a little bit less.
Yeah, reserve fund. Okay.
And that reserve fund was, the purpose was for what?
The cruiser
Police
fund,
cruiser.
and there's a particular fund
Just
for cruisers.
Madam Chair, I'm looking at the audit report and it says the FY 23 balance is 100,902 with an expected expenditure of 57,188. So that would leave us around $43,000. I don't know where Joyce is getting 70, but my math says 43. Which is what is being asked for this particular cruiser. So by these numbers, it would wipe out the fund. with another 35,000 being put in FY 24.
So I don't know where that projected expenses came from. That certainly is not the total from the RAV4 and I found an outfitter in Cambridge, Vermont that saved us about $8,000 on a lighting package. And so that total was about 4,000. So I can get the exact numbers. I believe we spent around 35,000 for that total on the RAV. So the 57, I'm not sure where that came from.
Do we know if anything else has been ordered?
Not under that line item.
Okay.
Do we get any trade-in value for, if this is replacing? This is not an additional
Sure.
car or?
This is replacing our last sedan. The other sedan that we replaced, we're deciding what to do with. A lot of times police cruisers will go to auction. They'll get between $1,000 and maybe $3,000.
You know, can we step back so I can understand a little bit, because there's a motion on the table. So we're not talking about the RAV4 to be clear, we're talking about the police cruiser. But I remember also having a separate conversation about the fit out for it effectively, right? Because there was the purchase of the thing, and then there was also the fit out of the cruiser. So there's two things happened. And what are we authorizing funds for?
Just the purchase of the vehicle.
Purchase.
And then I think Wade is going to go out and find some other bids just to get through the procurement process.
And what was the purchase order date? One more time.
9/9/22, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I have the purchase order here. I think it's September 9th. 9/9/22.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one question.
Yes.
Do we have a deadline for getting this funding to you?
Of course, yes and no. I mean, it's sitting on their lot, so they want it gone. And if we don't take it, somebody else will. And I really would hate to lose. The car that it's replacing has over 100,000.
So the sooner we give them an answer, the better. Okay.
Yeah, that was kind of why we brought this in at this meeting as opposed to wait until the 22nd. So there's a little concern that they could they could move this along, and
I thought it was a commitment, so
yeah. Wade talked to the guy, so
it's there, it's taking all this time.
Wade, do you have, Chief, do you have any other comments or further information for us before we take public comment?
Not really, not on this. I mean, we need to replace the cruiser. This is the last one that really aged, so. It would be great. It's gonna start costing us some money.
Yeah. So.
I don't suppose this is a hybrid or anything, is
It
it?
is.
It is a
It
hybrid.
is. It is. It's like the one that you'll see Anna driving around a lot of the time. This is a Ford hybrid as well. So. But yes.
Demo has something to add.
Yeah, I from here, like,
Up here so that the owl. can see and
so I
keep
just want
moving away.
yeah, historically, there's nothing fuzzy about this. This was a pre-approved purchase that as part of the cruiser replacement policy. And the RAV4 came in, this one here had not, and it was all pre-approved the last time by the select board. It was just the funding, and that's what we're doing now. So, and what you're doing now. But it was part of the regular cruiser replacement policy, which for a while did not happen. And so there was to get it back up. Okay, if you might recall that.
It's just that there's no record of, but the problem is there's no record of that we had done this, and so that's what I've been searching for while we've been talking.
That's the unnerving part and that's
But
part of the process that we're going to be making sure changes.
Well, I mean, we approved the minutes as, you know, we should have noticed that something major in our activity didn't get written down.
I know.
Because we
One of
definitely talked about it.
One of the easy fixes that was mentioned in the audit is having, you know, everything in one body so that we can search for stuff. Because right now you have to needles and haystacks.
Yeah.
All right, do we have a motion? Or have we already made it?
It's on the table.
It's on the table, ready
Okay.
for voting.
All right, does anyone have any other concerns that they want to express or is satisfied that we have previously authorized this, that there is enough money to purchase the vehicle? And then is it true, chief, that there's enough money to outfit the vehicle, or do we have to wait?
No, there should be enough money in that budget, by the numbers that I've got.
Okay, all right. So I call the question. All in favor? Pam?
I abstain.
Okay, so we need to do a roll call. Pam?
I abstain because I was not on the board when this was approved, so I don't feel comfortable voting for it.
Thank you. Roger?
Yes.
Priscilla?
I approve even though I wasn't on the board when that happened.
Mary?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, shall we take a short break? Okay, and we'll make that 5 minutes, because it's late.
If you guys could not keep the sheet here till 9:30 at night,
I know.
I mean, put them up earlier in the agenda. It's just not there.
I mean it when I say he's a mean boss, that if you don't get to sleep, you wouldn't work. Let it go home, Peter.
You know, you're just describing my daughter.
I think it could have happened. Manager for.
30 years.
Yeah.
Stick my head outside. Didn't get my text last night. Where are you? Bring them back. And what? We're celebrating. Okay, oh.
Good, I want to congratulate you.
I didn't get to.
No, I heard.
How's your job going?
Maybe
Over at Dublin.
it's good, except for the Friday, anonymous emails that people send my boss says. Nothing, express.
Not me, I've never sent him.
No. Community, someone from a wonderful community.
Unfortunately, that's stuff happens. Seriously.
As a pattern, you know, any conflict.
Oh, I think I need to. In relation to. Well, always know one thing, do the best you can do. With the person you provide. Everybody else just. Oh, I'm going.
What's the name?
Madam.
Hey, Mary,
Madam
I
Board
get
Member.
Mary's out.
Mary.
Next time I'm coming back. Water bottle.
I bring my tea.
We are gonna set a date for our practice meeting for next week, our practice module.
I think we're gonna wait for, Brandon to talk to the people. okay?
Oh, and then you'll just, what, email, him and say we have a.
Yeah.
Wednesday?
I mean, if we can do it earlier. maybe that's-
It's a short joke.
Yeah.
That's it, it's a short joke in disguise, I know that.
Chico.
I wanted to say earlier when you said you had no opinion, I was gonna say, that's gonna be better.
Yeah.
During the meeting.
All right, are we back? Good.
Back in session?
We are back in session, please. We've had a 10-minute break. We don't have a note taker.
Oh. Ralph. Oh, Ralph.
Make sure. I'm going to make a suggestion because we have one person here who's here for correspondence, correct? And I think that it would be nice to move that up.
Yes.
We'll do that next.
I'll be very free.
We never are. So. All right. Ralph, we are going to switch things just a little bit because we have one person here to talk about some correspondence, so we're going to do the consent agenda next. So number 16, consent agenda, can we start off by asking for a motion to approve it, and then we can go through the separate sections.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Priscilla. So as long as we're reordering, let's go with the correspondence first. Does anyone wish to speak to the correspondence in the package?
Jack Richmond, and my correspondence should be self-explanatory. I noticed in an email from Bernie Sanders that he had set a deadline for grant applications under the earmark process that Congress uses. As I mentioned earlier this evening, this resulted in $42 million being spent in the state of Vermont last year. Our other senator also has a role to play as a resident of the town. It felt to me like we should be assiduous in applying for grant monies when they're pointed out to us. And so that's why I called this to the attention of the board with my hair on fire. And I'm not sure that this is an opportune grant opportunity for us, but I did pick up the phone and called Sanders' office and spoke to an assistant there who does energy work named Haley as the comic hero.
Can you spell that?
P-E-R-O. She's in the Vermont office. I just left a message. She called me back at dinner. And they are very eager to help us to apply for grants, even though this particular mechanism is somewhat restrictive and may not lead us anywhere. It happens every year. The senators can say, here's some money for this project for my constituents. And we really need to get on top of those things.
Does it happen at the same time every year?
Well, in theory, yes, and now is the time, this is the beginning of a process. The money eventually that is being delivered right now didn't pass Congress. If you remember, it was called the omnibus bill. It was all held up at the very last minute. So this time next year, this next batch of grants will be made. But the deadline is like 5 o'clock Friday, day after tomorrow to apply. It's a preliminary application. It would be simple to do. But the real point is to endorse what I'm hearing tonight, that we should be going after grant money. There's a state of Vermont that's passed legislation that is gonna finance the overhaul of municipal buildings in the state of Vermont. And you need to be on top of that funding process. Otherwise, it's going to go by. And this is just one of the many little things that I really appreciate that you all have to deal with, and particularly how hard our interim town manager is working. But, you know, 4 years ago, we voted for Article 36, which specified that the town manager's annual report should have a progress update on our steps to reduce our emissions through the direct use of fossil fuels in town. And that was not in the town manager's report. And so I would hope that we could catch up with that, because we need to know how much fuel are we using in order to consider how we're going to get to zero fuel that we're using. And that passed 800 to 200. You know, it's been 4 years, so I think it's, you know,
So I think,
important that we keep our eye on the ball.
but don't go with
Okay.
the board. The board needs to own that one, because we were here and we know Article 45 and 36. It's 35,
That's okay.
38. And thanks. It was our job to tell Brendan about that. So, but here's what I'm wondering. I looked at that website today, but I didn't dare go farther than, because I didn't know what I was getting into. So, do you know what is required, how much we have to do?
You have to, first of all, you have to enter your email address and so on.
That's where I started.
And then they say, we will send you an email that tells you what the next step is to log in. And in my experience, I did not receive such an email, and maybe it went to my junk folder, but it wasn't as simple as it looked. However, it also says, pick up the phone and call us, and that worked. And I'm told that this is a really rudimentary application. In other words, you don't have to have a blueprint. You have to say, we would like to put in for some money to overhaul our heating and ventilation systems. I don't honestly think that it's worth the board's time to spend a lot of consideration on this particular application. I sent it in as correspondence because I saw a deadline. And I realized that it was now or never. But some of the structures on these earmarks, I'm told, are such that we might not get the money, we might not be the best candidate. At the same time, both our regional energy coordinator, who I spoke with about this at the Energy Committee meeting, and Senator Sanders' staff said it's worth putting your name in here. You're never gonna get a grant that you don't ask for. And particularly a congressional, because it used to be called pork barrel spending. Then it became earmarks, and now it's congressionally directed spending.
So if we don't have to make representations that we know exactly what we're going to do, is it possible to just throw our hat in the ring and see what happens?
This is my assumption. I would say more than that. Pick up the phone and call the senator's office, and also call the other senator's office and say, what do we need to do to participate in these programs on better than short notice?
Yes, Mark.
So I obviously I loved this exchange. I thought it was very useful, but also kind of in violation of our correspondence policy. No, because we were supposed to like have correspondence and decide what to do with it. Obviously, in this case, there wasn't really much to do with it because there was a deadline that we could set for, but maybe the decision could have been, actually, someone should email Jack and set up an email exchange or a conversation for more information. Because what's happened is now the public has been deprived the right to participate in a conversation around federal funding and federal earmarking, should that have been a desire. So, like,
Well,
we can't,
actually,
like, what are we
they
doing,
were on
you know?
as much notice as we were on. And so this was kind of a fact-finding thing, and I think the one thing I was going to do was pull this tonight and say, this tells me strongly that we need to have that green procurement team, that we need to have maybe an Act 36 commission, like we have a planning commission or something, that is on this, because this is a great example of the board can't keep up with all of this stuff.
Yeah, and thank you. I'm also not expert in this. I don't know, how to approach these issues at this level. I do know a lot about congressional appropriations because I lived there first. But it's not always clear. I mean, I don't want to waste your time. I feel like I'm using up your time by bringing this to you. But for goodness sake, the senator says he's got money to get it.
No, I think it's educational, and I think it's important for us to know this.
And I've heard discussion of having this half-time position in the town manager's office, which would be devoted to grant work. And, I think that there will be a lot of enthusiasm in town to see if we can't do a better job of getting some of the money that might be earmarked for us.
Well, thank you for bringing
Yes,
this up.
thank you.
I just wonder if that's something that, the board thinks we should pick up the phone and make a phone call. Anybody wanna opine?
My
Yeah.
question on something like this with such little time is, if you said we're interested in doing something, what dollar figure are you going for? And do you have to have some idea of the dollar amount, do you say, I want $50,000 to help pay for, our HVAC
that's my
system, or do I
question.
want 250,000, what
Yeah.
kind of money is available, and are they putting the cap on it, or, there's just a lot of unanswered questions.
Well, that was my question, and which could probably be answered if we just made a phone call, if we wanna do that. I don't think we should be filling out a form necessarily because of those questions. We don't have anything from Living Buildings yet. We haven't engaged the public to ask, what do you think about what we need to do with Tracy Hall? We need to know some
Is
more
this something we
specifics.
would direct our town manager to do? It's not something that I would volunteer to do as a board member.
Right, that's the point, whether we would ask him to do that. Yes, Roger?
So I move, making a motion, I move to find this correspondence, information which should be incorporated into a future agenda item or action.
Yeah, we already have a motion on the table, so,
Yeah.
but would that mean that, let's say we accepted this agenda or this consent agenda, but then bring up your point when we're setting the future agenda items, just bring it up later.
So this is what I would recommend. When we make a motion to approve the consent agenda, the consent agenda is all these three things that are part of
Yes,
the consent
yes.
agenda. It is ironically uses a tool to move things along. I think we don't have a consent agenda, or this board may not want a consent agenda. So if we just want the agenda item to be approved correspondence, then yes, I think my motion would have been appropriate under approving correspondence. So I'll withdraw my motion because there's one on the table, but I think you get sort of my point a little bit, where it's just we can't. It's sort of the purpose of a consent agenda is to approve by consent, so not to have a long discussion.
Let's take Mary's suggestion and deal with it down a little bit in future agenda items. But, just to that point, this isn't gonna wait for a future meeting. And so, what I was asking was, do we want to ask Brennan, who has nothing else to do, to call the, Mr. Sanders' office, or, I can call Mr. Sanders' office and ask what exactly is involved. Yes.
Say somebody makes the call, then somebody has to put something in writing presumably and
Somebody
email
has
it or
to follow
something,
up.
and none of us would have seen what it is. Is that a problem?
I think this is getting into process and about grants and what,
I'll give my thoughts. I mean, I've dealt with grants a lot in my previous position. You need to have a project that meets the criteria of what the funder is looking to fund. And you sometimes need to have matching funds to go with it, although maybe not always. And you have to have the capacity to manage the grant. And honestly, I don't feel like in this position, we have that bandwidth internally. And I've seen, just again, in my short tenure, at least one grant that we had that was improperly closed out that is gonna cost us money, and that might be a topic for the next meeting or future, where we just didn't have anybody minding the ship of what had to be done, and these grants all have regulations and criteria and reporting restrictions, and I always joked with my former colleague that, there is no free money out there. You work for your grant money. So again, one of my thoughts in proposing that we have Miranda's position focus more on this and give her the capacity to have time to really do that effectively and not be doing the 10 other things that she's doing every second. And we need additional resources, and that's a critical piece. And I would be very leery of, especially at this late date with this one, with the deadline on Friday, to say, Jesus, sorry, because we're gonna miss an opportunity. We got to scramble. I love the idea that we should be more in tune with a lot of the federal programs that are out there. As we heard Mike Pichek talk about, there is internal money flowing into the state of Vermont to, a large sum that if we had thoughtful projects, we could align them with federal and state resources, and we could leverage money, and we could bring that into, dilute the cost of the town, and we should be doing that. So again, when we talk about a little cost of an additional bonus and salary to somebody so that they can focus on that more exclusively, and bringing in somebody kind of at a lower level to take on some of the administrative tasks that need to go on as well. I think it makes good financial sense to do that. And whether we have money here in April or we mothball it and look at it again in July, I would hope we'd have the foresight to do something now and find some money to start moving on these things.
because we're obviously losing money.
Well, at a certain level you are, and you can't quantify that with, oh geez, we missed out on $1.5 million last year, but there's a lot of funding, especially right now, and it might not be there indefinitely, but right now there's a lot of federal funds that have flown into Vermont. They're gonna get dispersed in Vermont, and we're not at the table right now.
Right. That clears it up for me.
Yeah, which would be no phone call.
No phone call.
That's
I agree.
fortunately, but
Very
it
unfortunate.
was good wake up call. Yes, that's right. For her wake.
I appreciate your coming and sitting through this. Pam,
I think it's a great idea whose time has not come. We're not ready. And, on the topic that Roger raised about the consent agenda, I've never been, fond of the consent agenda. I would like to see us go back to handling these separately. I just feel like it's kind of like just, push it off up to the side. We'll say yes and forget about it. I would like us to be more thoughtful on each of these topics.
I would agree. Well, I don't know that we need to decide that tonight necessarily, but does anybody else have an opinion?
I'd like to vote.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to pull the Don McCabe correspondence because I'm wanting to get some answers. He's asking, is that he thinks there's a project manager. I'm not sure that there is, I don't know. And I think he needs to have some information about the status, but he also, it's not clear to me what size, what cost. Is the town going to be responsible for a balance? I think we have a lot of questions here that somebody needs to follow up on.
Is this not something that's within the rec department and we maybe need a report from the rec director on these details?
So,
Brandon?
point of order.
Yes.
So. Don't we have a policy that says that we should just delegate a response to someone? So if that's our policy, I would just say we should delegate a response to this matter to our town manager.
If the town manager thinks he's the guy, yes.
I am in this case probably the guy.
He's the guy.
So
I've been talking with three, just as a little background. I get your point, Roger. Just so, and it is 10:05. So
Yeah.
maybe I should just say, yes, I will work with Mr. McKee to try to
Okay.
answer his questions.
Thank you.
We'll do that.
On the road there, workshop?
Yes, I think so, but should public comment from Cheryl? Nice and
Thank you.
concise.
Thank you. To the point of consent agenda, I mentioned something to Brennan earlier today. If you're back in Tracy Hall, if we're all right there, it was the tradition of having the AP at the beginning of the meeting on the agenda, so I could be sitting there signing checks during the meeting, etc. That was really helpful, appreciated it, and brought it to up to Brennan today. So I just wanted to say, if you're gonna get rid of it, that's fine, but if we could get that back to the top of the table, it's a quick one to approve the AP warrant, and that'd be great. If you could bring the invoices and checks, that would be good.
Okay,
Thank
do
you.
we have an AP warrant to
You
sign?
know what? I do not. We do have an AP warrant. It's in the packet. I don't have a signature.
Okay.
I'm not sure why.
All right,
I
so
don't have it. So we'll have to get that out for signatures, and maybe. We'll figure out how to do that tomorrow. If it was possible for folks to sign that at Tracy Hall, that's probably the easiest way we could do that.
Yeah.
If you could, and I'll notify Miranda that we should have that.
So it in general, it's not possible. for me. Like I don't have that kind of schedule, and many working people who would sit on the board don't. So I'll make arrangements for this case, but like that's the merit. These are the virtues of DocuSign.
Yeah, the other question is,
I'm sorry.
how, I guess if we had 3 signatures on that, we have 4 signatures, which would make it
Yeah.
approved, so.
It would be a special trip into town for me, but I can do it if you need it. there.
Obviously, I can do it.
I can do it. Mary.
Yeah,
We've got a forum, we can do it.
We'll get this.
Yeah, I don't think we need all 5 signatures.
Okay.
but we need-
What time do you have?
Why don't you let me connect with Miranda and figure out where it's probably on the file on her desk or online, so. Yeah, we'll have it in the morning.
Sounds good.
Now,
I can't get you.
You don't have to be
Till
there in the
11,
morning, but it'll be available.
Okay.
Now, the last thing I have to bring up is the minutes, and there was an error in the minutes about what was attributed to Roger, which was actually Manu, and Ralph knows about that. Does everybody agree to that change?
And we had a submission from the treasurer for a change.
Yes,
Yeah.
so may we call the question on the consent agenda, all in favor? Good, unanimous, thank you. All right, now, I'm not sure what we're gonna talk about, but we're going back to the town clerk transition.
Can I make one more adjustment to the minutes, which was Ralph on page 33 on my report? It got the extra work around the payroll or the tax collection was attributed to our interim finance director. In fact, I think I said it was our staff accountant, Ashley Waller, and I
You did.
just want to make sure that she is acknowledged as the one who was staying up late and taking care of that.
Okay.
For posterity.
Okay, does everyone agree to that?
You're saying it was Ashley.
It was it was in the minutes that interim finance director, but it was.
Okay. So with that amendment, that is approved. All right, the town clerk transition. Lily Trayman told me that she had a school board meeting tonight and couldn't be here. Is there anything else we want to say about that?
Yes, so we have a couple things, I think, just logistical pieces we need to think about. One of those is the salary for the town clerk was never clarified. I think we've left in the fiscal year 24 budget, the existing salary of Bonnie, and so I mentioned that to Lily. this afternoon that we need to figure that out. So when we get her onboarded, which we need to do in the next day or two, we can have a compensation for her, which I'm sure she would appreciate. So that is one piece, and then the second is related to Bonnie and what her role will be in the transition. And I think she has told me she might be able to stay on in a very, whatever the capacity is, at least through the end of the month, to help with that transition and that steep learning curve that Lily will have. So that would be an additional, compensation that would have to come out of that, or somewhere we have to find some money to keep Bonnie through that period at this, it might not be 40 hours a week, but at some level. And then again, Lily, I think I don't think I get to do that as the town manager, interim, whatever. I think that's an elected official that needs to be by the elected officials. So their suggestion, because neither of them had really, I guess, gotten too far into the thinking of this, and the election was last night, was to potentially have a special meeting of the select board where that can be discussed either exclusively or as, kind of a focus point for that meeting. So if we were going to do a special meeting test of the Zoom technology next Wednesday, and people wanted to add either a second meeting exclusive of that or add to that, I guess it might be cleaner and safer to do two special meetings and have one concurrent with the other. That might be a good time to hash out the salary piece and to talk about what Bonnie might be willing to do, or what we'd be willing to compensate Bonnie to do. But anyway, we obviously have a new town clerk, and she has started today, so we'll have to kind of figure this out quickly.
Okay. Mary?
Plus, on the timing of the special meeting, I believe Roger and I have a union negotiating meeting from 4 to 5
On Wednesday?
I think
Right.
there's 2 meetings that line up.
a team meeting, I believe. So just that our test doesn't happen, shortly after that. That, if we meet at the regular time, it'll probably work for 6:30. Or just don't want them to overlap.
Yeah,
We have to warn this meeting, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. I think we'd have to
do that.
if we're gonna have a
You
forum.
you do have to.
Yeah.
know that.
So we could, so your meeting would end at 5, you think, or starts?
I think we allow an hour for it, right?
I think we should be assumed to be like the online participants, maybe.
That would be smart.
Yes, and just
Because then we could
trust our
just switch
colleague
from
to
one
form
to
the
the other.
quorum here,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that would work, but just not to schedule, these special meetings at,
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
5:05 or
Oh,
something
yeah.
like that, just.
Well, I was thinking maybe we should.
6:30 or whatever.
So if we did a special meeting for test at 6 o'clock,
Mm.
and then a special meeting for the town clerk at 6:30. Would that work for you all? Because we'd use the quorum of the 3 of us without the 2 of you,
I'm sorry, what day are we talking about?
Wednesday.
The 15th and the 15th.
That would be fine.
I can do the 6 and the 6:30, so.
I can too.
Okay. All right, good. And that shouldn't be a long meeting.
I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
Next Wednesday.
Right.
Next
Um,
Yes.
And just to be clear, Bonnie's full-time FTE position has ended.
Yeah.
So that means that we'd basically probably be looking at an hourly rate with no benefits for a few hours. Probably not 8 hours a day.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what I'd like them to inform us, is how much they think they will need. A discussion about how that.
Okay. And I have no idea how to set town clerk salary, except that I know that we can because of talking to council. And so any information that we can have about that would be good.
Okay.
And then the appointment of a clerk is statutory, so an assistant clerk. So do we know where that stands? Okay, so Bonnie certainly knows it's statutory. And hopefully she's working with Lily to get that rolling. And then I sent today, you all got, well, I'm not sure. New board members will start to hear from VLCT. So you'll get, because your name gets somehow added, probably by the town clerk, and we're in a transition. So you will be getting information, and some of the information that I got today, Brennan still hasn't been getting things right from VLCT.
I have not, and I went on specifically about a week and a half ago and re-signed back up, and I still don't think I'm getting.
Weird.
Reports, it is a little weird.
But anyway, there's some stuff that's coming out that's about new ways to access information from VLCT, and did you see it?
No, it just sounds ironic. They don't send you messages and then it's about new ways of communicating.
I know, so you didn't receive it either?
I don't think so.
But I'll send it to the whole board, but it was particularly good for a new town clerk. And I also wanted to bring up, I never did Select Board 101, but they offer Select Board 101.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, and
It's very good.
That's what I've heard.
One of those, yeah.
so I think, you know, anybody, even if you wanted a refresher, I think we have the money to send people to do that, right?
I think so. I think it's
Yeah.
part of membership.
Right.
It's a little conference, but.
It costs, sometimes they cost money.
But not much, I don't think. And
Was it
it's really good on,
something?
really good on the open meeting law, and then they have other seminars, so they're really good. But I think I've done it 3 times, I'm sick of it, so. But I would highly recommend it.
So think about that. And I've said to Brennan, I think if there's something that comes up that he thinks would be useful, he should do something as well. Just for training.
Well, yeah.
All right, so is that all we need for town clerk transition?
That's all I have, yeah.
Okay, so then, we skip down to discussion items. Oh, I had a question actually about the warrant. Weren't we going to be seeing a school payment for taxes? And I haven't seen that yet. Have I? A large amount of money?
Thought that was no.
Yes, it was on the last one.
It was,
Yeah.
okay, I blanked. Okay, discussion items, open positions on boards and committees.
So I guess Miranda just wanted to let folks know there are, I guess, terms that are gonna start to expire, and I guess it's really just, she will, I guess, as the process has been advertised, those positions on the listserv for terms on the various boards and commissions that are gonna be coming up, and then I guess those would be brought to the select board for review and approval.
Okay.
I believe that's how it's been done, so.
Yeah.
So just kind of a reminder that it's coming due here over the next month and a half, I think.
Okay.
What is the term? Is it June or is it,
Can you say that again?
when do the terms begin? Is it June, sometime in June? or-
They're not all the same. Cause we,
No, the beginning of the term is all the same. It's just that ends different years. And I
Well, it seems-
think it's June, but I don't,
it seems to me that we've appointed people at various times of the year. for
well, if
different-
there's an opening that isn't anticipated, but when they come up for renewal or their term expires, my recollection is that it's sometime in June. But I went through our website and I see the rec council has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people. 8 of them expired as of last year in 2021 and 22. And we have somebody expiring in 2023. So we only have one person who's current. And if all these others are serving, either they didn't, they renewed and we didn't update the website.
I think we haven't updated the website in many cases, so I think that needs to be done.
And I noticed there were a lot of, like the solid waste committee, there were no expiration dates or even committee members. And, but it's in the town report.
It's in correctly in the town report, but not on the website.
Yeah, so they need to be
The
coordinated.
website is dreadful.
Yeah.
So I will just add, that is another piece of our puzzle, but again, it's just a bandwidth issue of keeping things
Right.
updated. It's not a
Piece
huge
housekeeping.
lift, but
Yeah.
it's, you know, somebody needs to kind of be assigned to keep track of updating the website.
And we had elections yesterday, and so all of those elections, I would hope would be updated rather quickly, and then we can address the more long-term problem.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah, I mean, my take would be at some point a full-on costly, timely redevelopment of the town's website is in order. It is obsolete and it's pretty stale, so.
Mhm.
But that's a heavy lift and I don't know when we do that.
For the moment, I could be happy with a clever student from Dartmouth just coming over and putting in new names.
Yeah, well, I think, again, Miranda does some of that and Pam Mullen does some of that and tries to update the minutes and things that are statutory, but, you know, we have to notify that things are obsolete there.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was the topic of, and again, my understanding was these usually get advertised in the next month, so I'm not sure if the June is it's just one or two committees or, so I'll have to ask Miranda about.
Okay. All right, we have a lot to do, folks. And that leads us to future agenda items. So do you have some things, Brennan, that you're thinking of right away?
Boy, not really. I know the 22nd meeting is gonna be a long meeting.
Something to look forward to.
Yeah, this is a long meeting too, but we maybe
Can we parse that out? I mean, because we should try and avoid 10:30 meetings.
yeah, I agree. It just, we have things that need to get done.
It's an organizational meeting, this is usually like an hour and a half.
Like,
Well, we had that and then the real agenda too, which.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't really have top of my head what we're doing, but I know there's some RFP approval stuff I'm gonna have. The audit report will probably take some time. So.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to, yes, Mary.
I just wanted to mention one thing, and it might be something that we want to undo. So back in September, we made a motion that we would hire an HR consultant by the end of March. So that's floating around, and I had written a memo which I can send to the new members, a little update about, my thinking on that. And it may be that we don't want to take that approach. So, but I just think that we should bring that motion up again and see where we're at on that. Because it sounds like, it's an area we want to focus on, but that particular decision might not be the proper one. Sorry.
I agree, Mary. I think that this board should weigh in on that.
Should weigh in on
Weigh
it.
in, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
Is
a new
that
board, so
enough to email all of us all at once? Is that an open meeting?
No, I had planned to send this, with these two memos that I sent before the election, just, get people updated a little bit, the same ones to new board. So
So you don't answer that.
you just don't reply all.
I'm gonna send you the information, just don't talk about it.
So just to be clear, like, it's allowable to send documents and say FYI, like you might want to send material to someone for a subsequent discussion at a warrant meeting, right?
It's preparation for.
It's
That's allowed.
perfectly appropriate to send something as long as you don't reply,
don't reply.
that's triggering a meeting under the law, but I think to Marcia's earlier point, like the trainings that VLCT offers are like, kind of like, this is probably why Mary's so really bored with them, because they're really didactic and sort of answering these
Well, they're good.
questions.
They're good.
Yeah, but they have a didactic.
You don't need a free time.
You'll be able to get,
Same one.
you'll get good information if you take
Unless you really
their
want.
workshops.
The memory
So
starts to
just to
fade
be
until-
clear, it doesn't get around the open meeting law if you write me and I write Mary and Mary writes Pam and Pam writes.
You just write one at a time.
You can't do that because
No,
that's
you
still.
don't do it.
Oh, that you can't do.
But
Cannot do.
sending information that you could use for consideration of a future meeting is good, I think.
Yeah.
That Yeah, it's nice to
Yeah,
have the dance coverage.
right.
So we certainly left off on our last meeting with a list of things that we wanted to start considering. So I will put those together and share them as usual with Brennan and Mary, and then we will send it to all of you, and it's appropriate for you to say yes or no, we don't want to deal with that this time. And it looks like March 22nd, it's gonna be largely audit.
So,
Yes.
we had made our little wish list before we, before winding down this last board, and so many things are large. Like the HR thing will be huge. The town manager search, our timeline, personnel policies, we talked about capital budget, Tracy Hall, and that payment schedule for the taxes. So, somehow we're gonna need a meeting to set some priorities and figure out what we can actually do, because we don't only have 23 more meetings.
Well, you know what? Why don't we say that for the meeting following the 22nd, so the first meeting in April, that we have that kind of planning.
Yeah, be smart.
Okay. So the first meeting in April. And I know we've got a lot of, that these are big ticket items, both time and money, but we need to maybe think about how we can very carefully divide and conquer, so that we can maybe not all of us lumber through it, but make some assignments and start thinking about it. Yeah. Okay.
I have a
Yes.
point of order. I'm wondering, to add to the decorum of our meetings, if we could not have clapping. Okay, I don't think it's proper. I don't know how that will be enforced, but I don't know if you guys agree. I mean, I know people are feeling, like they're being upheld in their beliefs, but I just think it's too much. That's just me.
I can go either way. It
Okay.
doesn't bother me, but if it bothers you and, Marcia feels like she should ask people to refrain from doing that, that's fine. I don't care.
Thank you. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I can.
Please. I didn't know what you were doing.
I was waiting, on your time in, I realized fully the irony of saying this at 10:30 at night, but if you're. Planning on appointing new people to commissions and committees, you might consider having meetings where they come and tell you what they're doing and tell the public what they're doing. And there's a really long list of stuff, but there's no point having a committee if the committee doesn't come to the select board and tell us what they're working.
You're reading my notes without having seen them.
I've been in a committee, so, it's an important part of it if you're gonna have it.
Right, they
If
do.
not, if not, just don't have them.
Well, and we also started months ago, I'm sorry to say, asking committees to tell us what they were doing. And we never got around to amassing all of that information and just, sort of thinking about it. But then the idea was that we would do exactly that, have people come in so that we could talk to them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, yes.
Has the tradition of town meeting day gone away?
I guess it has happened in a while.
No, sorry, I was specific. So the school board, for example, they are very regimented.
Yeah.
And at the beginning of every single school board meeting, there's 5 minutes per committee or subcommittee. If they have anything, they stand up, they give the update, and that's it.
Oh, I see. As part of the regular meeting.
Just part of every regular meeting, there's a few minutes at the front and all the committees, if they have anything, report out.
Thank you. Cheryl.
So, quick question, please. Did you say that this announcement of open positions, elected positions, and committee appointments will go out soon? Or was that understood as to when it will?
My understanding was within the next month, she really puts out the advertisement in the listserv.
We have unfulfilled elected positions that
Oh.
might want to get filled.
I don't think
quickly.
these are elected. I think this is more boards and.
Well,
There's select board appointed committees.
yeah, so I would like to ask if there's going to be advertising for open elected positions as well, more quickly.
Which ones
How
are-
would that work since it needs?
Well,
an
I know,
election?
pardon,
How would that work if it needs an election?
it doesn't, it could be an appointment.
Oh.
To my understanding, for instance, there's a trustee of public fund position open, there's a cemetery commissioner's position open. I'm not sure what other elected ones are out there, but I just wanted to bring that up because the sooner those could be filled, the better off.
So I do know that there's a statute and it came up with the town moderator position that we actually had to fill certain things. But I'll have to look back at that and see if it's limited or if it's just open. Because if it is, then I think that's a good point.
Yeah, those, I mean, even if they were just out there on the website, I know it's not a great website, but it's all we got. And maybe one listserv post for whatever there is, whoever's tracking that, I don't even know who's tracking it.
I thought we talked at the beginning of the meeting of the need to have a special town meeting with the school board people who were left off the
That's
ballot.
true.
So if we're doing that anyway, this might be an
It's a good
opportunity
point.
to.
That's true.
Good point.
Thank you. Think of that.
Well, it's late.
Can you send us a list of who you know is missing?
Oh, I could.
Yeah, that would be good. Okay, then I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second, third.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Yeah.
Thank you. We are adjourned at
10:36.
10:30.